Y'all want to go to Africa? I'm standing up and I'm telling you, I am Warhol. I am the #1 most impactful artist of our generation. I am Shakespeare in the flesh. Walt Disney, Nike, Google. Now, who's going to be the Medici family and stand up and let me create more? Or do you want to marginalize me till I'm out of my moment?
Or why don't you empower yourself and don't need them and do it yourself?
How, Sway?
Take a few steps back to go.
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway.
Kanye,
I've been doing this more than you.
Doing what?
You ain't got.
Come on, chill out.
You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers.
I'm asking you.
You ain't been doing the education,
bro.
You ain't been doing the education.
Calm down.
You don't have the answers though, because you trying to give me advice about something. You ain't got the answer. You ain't spent $13 million of your own money trying to empower yourself.
Yes, but I spent hundreds of thousands and putting out clothing lines at a smaller degree. All I'm asking you,
and it ain't no Ralph though. It ain't Ralph level.
Let me ask you this: I'm asking
what's the name of your clothing line? We don't know.
Kanye,
you know what I'm saying?
Because I lost money, but that's not
exactly. And I could lose money on a higher level too. Don't think just because. Don't think because I got the most or the least money.
Let me finish my question, dog.
Man, man.
Let me hear the question.
You don't have the answers.
I'm asking you for the answer. It's a question.
Let's look up the word anti-Semitic.
Right.
Who are the Semitic people? And then we're going to get to the public enemy thing.
Right.
So I looked up who is the Semitic people. And there's a list of Semitic people. And anyone can do this right now. You can look up who are the Semitic people. What are the Semitic languages?
Right.
Has absolutely nothing to do with any white people.
Right.
Not at all. So in order for me to be anti-Semitic, I'd have to be anti-black man, anti-black woman, anti-black people, anti-Africa, anti-all of the people.
Because the Semitic people
are black people.
So y'all get that clarity. We're going to say that again.
Now,
the Semitic people are black people.
So I cannot be anti-Semitic. Now, what do they really use the phrase anti-Semitic to do? That's the thing.
To divide us. Right.
So they put this title on you, anti-Semitic, and then they neutralize you,
right?
Separated me from the group,
right?
Say he's a Jew hater, he hate white people, he hate gay people, he hate all white people with freckles and red hair, whatever.
Right.
And they put that on me, which I never said these things.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? I just ran down the history given to me by my elders. And anybody could read this for themselves. Right. So it ain't a Professor Griff hating people thing. Me and Chuck, we did all the interviews.
Right.
We sat down. We went to DC. We were doing the interview that day, and it wasn't even my interview.
Right.
Chuck's interview, he didn't want to do it.
Right.
So I sat down with him. Now, mind you, I'm the Minister of Information.
Right.
I got 2 suitcases now.
Right.
I used to carry with 2 suitcases full of books.
Right, right.
And so I laid them all out on the table. So when I went into the interview, I was ready.
Right.
First question he asked is
just like this. How we just got to lay it out.
Exactly. Who controls the music industry? Well, what more am I supposed to say? You understand? I laid out the names, people, the organizations they belong to. I laid it out. Now, mind you, this is not coming from Professor Griffith. I wasn't hating nobody that day.
And was it in that statement? Was it just like was it white people, Jewish people, white supremacy? Like was it more just like you just kind of you weren't saying a hateful statement. You were just saying this is who controls it.
I laid out the names.
Right. Oh, so you specifically
you
said people's names.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
People's names.
At that time, because this was what, 80, 89, 90?
Yeah, about 80, 89, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And you just said people's names. And
I laid it out, and I showed them the books.
Right.
And I looked it up and showed it to them. This paragraph says this. These people control film industry, TV, music industry.
And as we know right now,
these are the players.
When we talk about media, there's 6 major corporations that control all of media. This is beyond the music industry. And this is you were laying that construct down back then and naming names, calling them to the table. But even as we sit right here today, there's 6 major corporations that control everything that is delivered to you as we speak.
Exactly. So the 6 people can sit in this room and decide everything that we experience as far as entertainment. We watching the movies, reading the magazines. 6 people.
Right.
I laid that out. it wasn't a Jewish conversation.
Right.
It was about the music industry. The first 20 minutes of the conversation, we was laughing, joking, dapping each other up, talking.
Right.
His girlfriend walked in.
We
were talking about David Mills now.
Right.
Who dropped dead on a movie set.
Right.
His girlfriend walks in, and his girlfriend's white and Jewish. Well, I'm from Roseville, Long Island. We don't have no experience with white people like that. So I'm like,
except for Howard Stern.
Exactly. Exactly. So when she came and sat down, the complexion of the conversation changed. It became more, and I'm like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A couple of times he even pressed the pause button on the cassette.
Yeah, that privilege starts speaking. And
right. So now he had to change his tone because now the white Jewish girlfriend is sitting next to him.
Right.
And she's getting offended
by
me calling out the Cohens and the Moskowitz and the blacks and the
right.
And I'm like, okay, but
Jews, I say so-called, not in mockery, Brother Dominic. I'm not playing to any cameras. They are the so-called Jews because we are the true Jews, the true Hebrews, the true and real Israelites. Right has been stolen by them. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
Isn't it a fact that you know by throwing out those terms you're guaranteed press coverage?
I'm not throwing out terms. I'm fighting age-old enemies, and I'm planting seeds in the minds and hearts of the youth and the masses of my people, that we will not make the same mistakes again. As they say in the so-called Jewish community, never again, never again.
What happened?
What is good, my people? We are live back again on the live episode, live broadcast on the forecast. Shouts out to all of y'all that's out there. What's up, Koku Bitter Medicine Podcast? Appreciate you coming through. And first of all, I do gotta say, if my channel gets like blocked or anything, you can subscribe to the backup channel. I'll still be able to do my thing over there. And definitely you got my email and stuff like that. So I always gotta let y'all know. And also I'll probably put another premiere out like during the daytime tomorrow. But like I said, I figured they was gonna take down the video I did last night. So I ain't really get deep into it. Because if you play one of especially that dude's videos who makes a living profiting off of our culture, but if you play one of his stuff, he gonna try to get your stuff taken off automatically. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works, So I already knew that one was gonna get taken down, but it's all good. Yeah, for sure. It's still up there. But it's all good. Shouts out to Matron came on yesterday, and Brother Hardcore came on here. But today, while we got a little bit more time, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna go through this whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not gonna talk about what everybody been talking about. But my brother Seymour, what up? What's going on, Raw? Well, we do gotta examine about who the real anti-Semitic is, you know what I'm saying? And how they use this, term, and ultimately, how to empower ourselves, and especially this group of people, because I do say, I don't separate them. I probably couldn't tell them apart in the street if we was walking down the street or whatever. I probably couldn't even tell them by the last name unless it's exaggerated. But the practices and all of these things is so shady, you know what I'm saying? that it's just crazy. And then the audacity to try to call Black people anti-Semitic, and that's their try to counter react, because you know what I'm saying. And to me, I think anybody who uses the term, especially when they try to accuse people of being anti-Semitic, are the most anti-Semitic people out there, because they exclude everybody else who's quote unquote Semitic. Because what it is like they try to use it as a race thing, as a religion thing. They try to use it in multiple categories. Team Orange, I can't even say it like my brother said, but yeah. But it's anti-Semitic term to even say something like that. You know what I'm saying? Because you're assuming, unless you're saying, you know, they're this quote unquote chosen people, because we gotta see if they really chosen or how they really doing it out here. All right, so first, see, let me because they like to say that Black people are anti-Semitic, but you know, like other white people, they have this white on white crime thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, is a white on white crime scenario, and there's a reason why they have this little bit of hatred for them. You know what I'm saying? But let me play some of y'all good old boy here.
People in this country that are Jewish no longer love Israel. I'll tell you, the evangelical Christians love Israel more than the Jews in this country. It used to be that Israel had absolute power over Congress, and today I think it's the exact opposite. And I think Obama and Biden did that. And yet in the election, they still get a lot of votes from Jewish people, which tells you that the Jewish people, and I've said this for a long time, the Jewish people in the United States either don't like Israel or don't care about Israel. I mean, you look at the New York Times hates Israel, hates them. And the Jewish people that run the New York Times, I mean, the
Sulzberger family. That's kind of interesting. He said Jews in America don't like Israel Jews. You know, I don't know. But it's kind of interesting. He was like, they had absolute power over Congress.
And today I think it's the exact opposite. And I think Obama and Biden did that.
And Obama and Biden are the ones who did that. You know what I'm saying? Now, Obama, the first Black president, you know, went over there and issued them, you know, their form of reparations, saying it was the craziest Holocaust ever. You know what I'm saying? But you know, they saying he's accusing the Democrats of taking away the power, the absolute power, from the Jewish people. Now I get he's trying to play them, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, but hey.
And yet in the election, they still get a lot of votes from Jewish people, which tells you that the Jewish people, and I've said this for a long time, the Jewish people in the United States either don't like Israel or don't care about Israel. I mean, you look at the New York Times hates Israel, hates them. And the Jewish people that run the New York Times, I mean, the Sulzberger family.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, we're not going to talk about Kanye West, so we're going to use another story. I'm pretty sure this is going to be like a reoccurring theme, because, you know, we talked about it multiple times, and we've been through the history of it time and time again. You know,
Philadelphia Eagles star Deshaun Jackson is apologizing after sharing an anti-Semitic quotation falsely attributed to Hitler on social media. The team in the NFL swiftly condemned the posts, but tonight there's new controversy surrounding the comments. CNN's Brian Todd is following all of this for us. Brian, what's the latest?
Wolf, tonight, Deshaun Jackson is on the defensive. His team is trying to figure out what to do with him. Jewish leaders are outraged, and many observers are saying this really could not have come at a more combustible time. He's been one of the NFL's most dazzling and best-known players for more than a decade. But tonight, Deshaun Jackson is desperately trying to salvage his reputation. The Philadelphia Eagles wide receiver in recent days posted on Instagram quotes that are falsely attributed to Adolf Hitler. The director of Philadelphia's chapter of the Anti-Defamation League says the fact that it's not a real quote from Hitler isn't the point.
So to see that on Instagram from a sports figure, it was so jarring and hurtful and offensive. And that's what we want Deshaun Jackson to understand, what his spreading that kind of message, what the impact that has.
The Eagles, whose owner and general manager are Jewish, issued a statement calling Jackson's posts absolutely appalling.
Now, I don't know if y'all remember around this time, you know what I'm saying, that white boy Cooper something, you know what I'm saying, for the Philadelphia Eagles went around, you know, calling black people the N-word, yelling, screaming like he about to fight, drunk, calling people the N-word for the Philadelphia Eagles, you know what I'm saying? And this same owner gave him a contract extension, you know what I'm saying? They made him a starter. They tried to act like he was like nice. It's like he would have went to the Pro Bowl, except for he was just that sorry. I don't know why they was trying to promote him, but he got a contract extension, everything, you know what I'm saying? And when that brother Deshaun Jackson, who was 10 times better, you know what I'm saying? But you understand they're going to, and it's interesting, you know what I'm saying? Because they act like, you know, we're not in these positions of power. Why would you even try to downplay that? Like, that's that shyster mentality, first and foremost. You know what I'm saying? We're going to see this shyster mentality, but the fact that it's like, we didn't see like 3 or 4 different major positions where you see is, you know, Jewish controlled, Jewish owned, Jewish decision makers in powerful positions, but they try to say that it's somehow anti-Semitic to say something like that. Yo, what up, Tracy? What up, Oni?
The NFL called them highly inappropriate, offensive, and divisive. Jackson issued an initial apology saying, "Anyone who feels I have hate towards the Jewish community took my post the wrong way. I have no hatred in my heart towards no one." But then another apology saying, "My intention was to uplift, unite, and encourage our culture with positivity and light. Unfortunately, that did not happen. I unintentionally hurt the Jewish community in the process, and for that, I am sorry."
And I just want you guys to understand that it never was intended to be, you know, to put any race down or any religion down.
But
hey, and yo, to my brother MD2, I was listening to him earlier. That's another language that we got to learn. Yes, sir, in Yiddish.
According to the Washington Post, Jackson had also posted an image on Instagram of Nation of Islam leader Louis Farrakhan, calling Farrakhan powerful.
He is a powerful speaker. The problem is that he's been known for decades to spew hate against the Jews and others, and amplifying his messages is very dangerous.
The fallout from Jackson's postings probably couldn't come at a more sensitive time, just weeks after several prominent black athletes sent powerful messages against racism during the George Floyd protest movement.
If you're a member of the African American community and you want respect from people, you have to give that same respect. You can't tell people that we should be treated like human beings, which is obvious, and then go and demean another group of people.
But wait. Now it's interesting that this black man has this kind of thinking, right? Because I don't know, he seems to find himself, ourselves on the bottom for some reason, because we seem to, well, you got to treat others as human beings, and then maybe they will treat you as human. We will see if that's the mentality of, you know, but they're trying to put them into some kind of minority. Like, these are straight white boys who do white boy things, you know what I'm saying, and who have played a large part in everything that's happened. Now, I disagree with the Nation of Islam and the people who say, "Oh, it's only Jewish." No, it's not. You know what I'm saying? They competed. That was the thing. European groups competed with each other. You know what I'm saying? They were fighting for domination and control. And most of that meant, you know what I'm saying, black people and land, you know what I'm saying, under their domination and control, manufacturing as much money as they could, you know what I'm saying? And there was another group who was heavily involved, but they had shyster ways about everything they do.
Tell people that we should be treated.
Yo, what up, Blue?
Treated like human beings, which is obvious, and then go and demean another group of people.
But adding to this controversy was a posting from Steven Jackson, the former NBA player who was an inspiring voice during the George Floyd protests. Steven Jackson seemed to support Deshaun Jackson's now deleted postings about Jews. Columnist Mike Freeman says so much for the goodwill that Steven Jackson created over the past few weeks.
and he said some really passionate, smart things, and was a really good, almost spokesperson for what's happening. And then now I think this destroys it all. It obliterates it all.
Now, Stephen.
All right. So y'all remember that. And my brother never really recovered from that one. You know what I'm saying? But let me play this next one, because there's some things that, you know, and I don't want to get too deep on the history part, but, you know, I'm just going to show like that, because the things that they try to do, you know what I'm saying? And what shocks me, that it's the same tactics that's today.
Paths brought them together during the civil rights movement. During what became known as Freedom Summer in 1964, 2 Jewish men and 1 black man, Andrew Goodman, Michael Schwerner, and James Chaney, were murdered in Mississippi while trying.
Now, understand, right? Because I remember when that white boy came on, he was like, what about these 2 dudes right here? You know what I'm saying? What about them? So you're telling me in the last 60 years, there's only been, and they continue to use these 2, because you're telling me in the last 60 years, right, only 2 people have, quote unquote, died trying to help black people. You know what I'm saying? But which is not even the case. I'm with Khalid Muhammad. You don't know why they were there, and I don't know why they were there. But I want you to see, because they try to push that this union during the civil rights, because we know that every other point in history, you know what I'm saying, like how the stock market, we know about how the stock market was black people and stuff, but guess who did that? You know what I'm saying? It was the shysters, you know what I'm saying? When they got kicked out of Europe, you know what I'm saying? A lot of them went to over there with the Dutch. And then when the Dutch came, they was with them up in New York, you know what I'm saying? And New Amsterdam. And we know about how black Wall Street was formed, you know what I'm saying? You might well say Black Wall Street, but how their role in that. But they also like to say, you know what I'm saying, with the civil rights stuff. But I want y'all to see what they was really saying down there during the civil rights era.
Rights of the black community.
They should have stayed home. They didn't do anything but cause trouble. We had a rabbi that was here that threw eggs at the mayor's house. He got arrested, and of course, who should he call but the Jewish people to come get him out.
Judge Edgar Russell called me one night and says, we've got Rabbi Gumbiner in jail. What should we do with him? I said, let him out in the morning. That's what they did.
And the yeshiva group came down from New York.
Yeah.
And they walked by our store every day. And I finally got up and said, "Look, take me to your leader." He said, "Okay, there he is." I said, "Now look, you've been giving me business every day. You walk by my store. Go across the street and give my competitors your business." Yeah, they did. Never spent a dime.
Turns out that while most American Jews were shepping nachas over the members of their community thumbing their noses at the white establishment, Selma's Jews had more immediate concerns to worry about.
The black community was boycotting all all merchants, Jewish and otherwise. The only customers that they had left were the white community. And they could.
Did you hear that? The black community was boycotting the Jewish merchants. You know what I'm saying? Because they understood they was dealing with their own people first and foremost, but they was boycotting the Jewish merchants. You know what I'm saying? Just like everybody else. And it was okay.
They couldn't openly support the black movement without alienating the few customers they had left.
I had a black woman who was the best sales lady I had in the store. And I went to her and said, "Annie Pearl, you're too good a sales lady, and I'm going to put you on the floor when she would work." And she said, "Mr. Cohen, I'm scared to death. I don't know what will happen to me." And I said, "Annie,"
unconsciously afraid that if we made a lot of noise and tried to help what's going on, that there would be a lot of anti-Semitism.
I really was afraid that some of the whites would have come in and said, "You Jews so-and-so, you got no business putting that black on the floor." Never got it. Never.
We stood on the street and watched them, and Reeves, I'll never forget this, Reeves was playing a music. bye-bye Blackbird, and they walked across the
I was looking back on it now. I mean, I know it was the right thing to do. Then it was just, you know, it's been status quo for so long.
Yeah, we was just down with it. Like they try to sell like they fought for you and all of that. That's a lie, man.
Black Americans to vote. Their deaths and the subsequent media coverage sparked a major change in the portrayal of the movement. The Wacom Prince, who spoke the most tragic relationship, has turned fraught at times, with some members of both groups feeling that their concerns were no longer a priority for their partners. The Crown Heights riot of 1991 in Brooklyn saw tensions between Black and Jewish communities escalate to violence, including the murder of an Australian Jewish student.
Now, you see how they try to just put the murder of Australian Jewish student as if the whole thing, and I'm going to show you why the whole thing popped off, you know what I'm saying? As if it wasn't caused by them murdering Black children. And then the way they look at all violence escalated because these Negroes were upset about something and some poor Jewish kid got killed. You know what I'm saying? But they won't tell you what kind of shysters they was being, but I'm gonna show you.
Groups are trying to fight against racism, anti-Semitism. Both are trying to assimilate, but both are having a very difficult time in the process. And both are actually pushed and forced into a kind of strange and asymmetrical relationship.
All right, whatever, dude. All right, so let me show y'all the Crown Heights riot. So what they left out the news report.
The Crown Heights riots on August 19th, 1991.
Ethnic and racial differences exploding.
Started when a Hasidic man's station wagon spun out of control on President Street while he tried to keep up with the Grand Rebbe's motorcade.
God, don't like to think about.
An emotional Erica Benjamin remembering how 7-year-old Gavin Cato was pinned under the vehicle and his cousin critically hurt. The Orthodox driver was whisked from the scene.
Now, this Hasidic Jew dude drove trying to keep up because I don't know what he was doing. He drove onto the sidewalk, you know what I'm saying, ended up hitting a young Black boy, you know what I'm saying, who was riding his bike on the sidewalk, and his cousin, and the young Black boy was pinned under the car, you know what I'm saying, and the other and his cousin, a young Black girl, was pinned against the wall in the car, you know what I'm saying, because he was driving on the sidewalk.
Have the kids there.
Richard Green of the Crown Heights Youth Collective says a better equipped city ambulance was rushing to respond, but it was too late for Gavin.
9 minutes.
It took 9 minutes.
It took 9 minutes from Kings County to the site.
Soon after, angry groups started gathering in the.
Now, again, they also left out that a Jewish ambulance showed up, and they only looked at the shyster dude, you know what I'm saying? They didn't even look at the Black kid who was still pinned under the car. They didn't give the kid no attention. They just drove off with the you know, with the shyster. And that's when the Black community got mad that these paramedics didn't even offer these young Black children any assistance and help this grown shyster.
Streets. One group beat and stabbed a visiting rabbinical student from Australia, Yankel Rosenbaum. He died at Kings County Hospital after doctors failed to detect one of the wounds. The riots lasted 4 days.
Violence exploded as the mob spotted news vans, forcing the media inside the building.
Dr. Harvey Lang was driving home from Tannersville, New York. He ran into the crowds at Crown Street.
And all of a sudden, a mob came, a mob of 50, maybe 100 people, smashed up my car, my face. I was totally traumatized for months after that. I was actually afraid to drive.
Some businesses were burned.
I don't know who to blame.
Activists like Al Sharpton and the late Sonny Carson were criticized for bringing outsiders to Crown Heights. Richard Green was summoned by then Mayor David Dinkins.
It was not no outsiders, man. The dude ran into and killed, because they keep glaring over the fact that they killed the young boy, you know what I'm saying, and critically injured, you know what I'm saying, this young girl. And they keep highlighting the fact that during the fighting, who knows what this shyster was doing, but he ended up getting killed in this riot, you know what I'm saying. And then they try to be like, it was outsiders and all of this other stuff, you know what I'm saying. And the way. But of course, they're not going to tell you the real story of why the people was mad, why they was fighting back. You know what I'm saying? Because it's, I guess, anti-Semitic to say so.
To help diffuse the situation.
We met at City Hall.
You and the mayor?
Me and the mayor.
When Dinkins visited Gavin Cato's father on President Street, residents threw debris at his police detail. Green agrees with many in the Hasidic community who think the outsiders drove the unrest.
There was people there that was angry about the children, of course. But I think most folks want to make their point, and they find, here's a good opportunity for us to ring the bells of change.
The police department is going to enforce the law. They must enforce the law.
Limerick Nelson was acquitted of murdering Yankel Rosenbaum at a state trial, but later convicted in federal court of violating Rosenbaum's civil rights. Rosenbaum's brother Norman, a lawyer.
Now, I want you to hear that.
Limerick Nelson was acquitted of murdering Yankel Rosenbaum at a state trial, but later convicted in federal court of violating Rosenbaum's civil rights. Rosenbaum's brother Norman.
The same civil rights that they was telling you not to stand up for, and they ain't want no parts, you know what I'm saying? Because, it could bring anti-Semitism. But, you know what I'm saying, federally, you know what I'm saying, hey.
A lawyer flew to the U.S. from Australia 250 times seeking justice. This gate outside 1681 President Street in Crown Heights was not here on that night 30 years ago when Gavin Cato was hit by the car while he was fixing his bicycle. But there is one remnant of that night that does remain. It's this large boulder that used to be affixed to the stoop. And 3 decades later, Hasidic Jews are walking the streets peacefully with their Black neighbors, sometimes traveling on scooter. One resident said the Minnesota police murder of George Floyd in 2020, which spawned international protests.
All right. That's what happened when you smoke that Christian crack. It makes you forget who you are. Oh, you talking about that brother? Yeah. Yep. All right, so of course they and this is a tool that they like to use, you know what I'm saying? So Black and Jewish relations. Now, this is what they websites is saying about Black and Jewish relations, you know what I'm saying? So Black people continue to be significantly more likely than white Americans to hold anti-Jewish beliefs. As with white, education level is the most important factor affecting the attitudes of Blacks towards Jews, which is very true, because the more stuff you learn about history and the more stuff that you see what's going on, the more that you like, man, like, yo, these group of white people is crazy, you know what I'm saying? Now, we don't separate them, but of course, to them, you know what I'm saying, Black people are significantly more likely to be anti-Jewish, even though it's the Black people doing civil rights that want to hold their arms. It's the Black people doing the George Floyd protests that want to hold their arms. It's the Black people that'll be like people of color and include them. And like, it's like 4 different groups of white people included. God forbid a gay Jewish woman or girl. It said Black Americans remain considerably more likely than white Americans to hold anti-Semitic views, right? And as my brother Professor Griff stated earlier, I'm not sure how many Black people around the world are Semitic. Yeah, that's a good question. What up, Micah? It said the overall level of anti-Semitism among Black people It's 34% compared to 37% in 1992. All right, so blah, blah, blah. Among those without any college education, it's trying to say, you know what I'm saying, we're stupid if we say, oh, we don't want to be shysted, you know what I'm saying? Or we don't want you to be able to run over our kids and then, you know, whatever. Yeah, we don't want to get, you know, predatory loans. We don't want to, hey. Said, without college is 43% fall into anti-Semitic, which is interesting because what is anti-Semitic? We already know. But anyway, it says that black people are the most. But let's see here.
Jews will not replace us! Jews will not replace us!
Well, I'm a
Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh had an extensive anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish digital footprint.
It's talking about all these Jews need to die.
On the last day of Passover, bloodshed in the middle of Shabbat services.
We believe that the now they probably won't let me. They'll probably block it for this particular video, so I'm a mute it or whatever. But you know, I'm just trying to see all of these black anti-Semitic crimes that was going on in the world. You know what I'm saying? Since they're telling them that black people are most likely to do so. You know what I'm saying? Their concentration camps and stuff like this. You know. See now, and this is the thing. This is why I wanted to play this one. Because of all of this stuff, look who's the first one apologizing, right? And it wasn't even a diss, right? He ain't going around saying, you will not replace us and none of that. You know what I'm saying? Look who's the first one apologizing for Jewish money in lyrics. Right? See, this is what I'm saying. Like, they will say you will not replace us, and they already know, you know. But 21 Savage, you know what I'm saying, Lil Baby, the most gangster, take the most gangster rapper that you have ever known, and they'll say anti-Semitism, he'll go on an apology tour. That sounds like some gangster shyster stuff going on right there. And I wonder why they do that. I wonder who is in control of this, going by the name. Because like I said, I don't know the difference. Y'all know the difference better than me. But I'm just saying. Because people try to act like somebody not in charge of an industry. You know what I'm saying? Like the person who is in charge of this industry, who is requiring this thing for him to stay on this label to make money now, is our opportunity to be like, yo, it is what it is. Are we gonna make our own thing or not? But apparently not. Yo, what up, Bukhari? All right, and you see how black people gotta 21 Savage gotta explain. Yeah, Jewish people I know are very wise with their money. That's why I say we be getting Jewish money. Or I stack chip like Hebrew and it got to get taken out of a song. You know what I'm saying? Because like, why would you lie about being in charge of an industry? Like, it's like that's something to lie about. You know what I'm saying? That's what I don't understand is like, why they even lying about it? You know what I'm saying? All right, so, oh man. All right, Jewish control of the Federal Reserve, a classic anti-Semitism myth. You know what I'm saying? So for centuries, anti-Semitic propaganda has demonized them, supposedly, from the Middle Ages through the Holocaust, have led to horrendous suffering for them, quote unquote, blah, blah, blah. Said in recent years, the notion that they dominate and command the U.S. Federal Reserve System and in effect control the world's money has surfaced across the extremist spectrum. The world of finance is an area of complexity, if not mystery to most Americans. Yeah, that's something they like to do, call people stupid. Yeah. And go on a history. Now, See what they are not talking about, you know what I'm saying? So now, a lot of people do connect them because most owners of large banks are supposedly, you know, European Jews, you know what I'm saying? And there are a lot of banks that are, you know what I'm saying, but there are white banks and all of this stuff, but they try to say they are in charge of the Fed. And this is not this a lot of it comes from white people, you know what I'm saying? Other white people. Yo, what up, Maurice Muhammad? All right, so I'm trying to get through this because I don't want to keep read out this whole thing, you know what I'm saying? All right, so let me just go past this one. So let me say this: are Jews rich? Right, we'll just go here.
Rich, first off, if you're here for crazy stuff like lizard people and the Illuminati, you've come to the wrong place. And it's a question with big implications. On the one hand, the idea of Jewish wealth is a source of great admiration, a source of philo-Semitism among the people of the world. On the other hand, Jewish wealth is exactly the kind of thing that fuels anti-Semitism of the worst kind. What's crazy?
See, that's the arrogance. It's not the wealth. It's the predatory practices. It's the high loan. Because in their culture, right, you're not supposed to give have like high interest rates and all of this stuff on your own people. But the other people of the world, it is no problem. You can do all kind of predatory practices. And I think that's the thing that a lot of people try to call them out on, but then they'll turn around and say anti-Semitism because, you know what I'm saying, you're a damn slumlord.
Crazy is that a sentence like, Jews are leaders of industry, or Jews run the biggest companies, you could easily imagine that same sentence said by a rabid anti-Semite and an admirer of the Jewish people. That line between that anti and philo-Semitism, it can be really hard to figure out. Let's start by going back to basics. Are Jews actually rich? First off, let's just check the numbers. For the purposes of this discussion, we'll focus on American Jews. According to the 2020 Pew Research Center report on Jewish Americans, the answer is that Jews are at least a little richer than average. Half of all Jews surveyed reported a six-figure income in comparison with a third of Americans overall who reported a similar income. And that disparity gets wider as you move up. A quarter of American Jews report family incomes over $200,000, a level that just 4% of Americans overall reach. Before we go any further, it should be noted that Jews are also poor. 17 points out the Jewish people that makes them to follow its laws for millennial answers to complex topics is not so simple. One major factor is education. The commandments and laws of the Torah are central to Judaism, and Jews have been carefully reading the Torah to follow its laws for millennia. Well, not every Jew. As the Jews interpreted and applied the laws, they wrote the Mishnah, then the Talmud, and then more and more books of law and commentaries. To be sure, not all Jews were scholars, but a heavy...
Now, this is number one, you know what I'm saying? And this is the organization, you know what I'm saying, that you have to have to achieve anything. You have to have your youth, you know what I'm saying, understanding how to keep your culture going, you know what I'm saying? And this is one of the things I do got to shout Nation out, you know what I'm saying? But having a culture and a system that you are teaching your children how to do certain things and to live, you know what I'm saying, a certain way, but also teaching them business is very important for us to start doing, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of it is generational. Now, they're not going to tell you that, you know what I'm saying, they get it by stealing and killing and all of this kind of stuff. But, you know what I'm saying, the organization is very important.
Reach a higher level of non-Jewish populations. Now add to that urbanization. Once the Jewish people were mostly exiled from the land of Israel in the 1st and 2nd century CE, they congregated into villages, towns, and later cities across the diaspora. Why? Well, the Jewish religion is a communal one. A standard community would require a synagogue within walking distance and traditionally a quorum of at least 10 adult males for prayer. It would need a well-maintained mikvah for observance of purity laws, a rabbi to decide matters of law, a butcher for food, a scribe for contracts and ritual texts. In short, Jews need other Jews to properly practice Judaism. And more than that, there were external factors driving Jewish urbanization.
All right, and it's true, you know what I'm saying? Black people will need black people, you know what I'm saying, to practice the things that we want to do and to hold each other accountable. But most importantly, you know what I'm saying, to stay on the mission, you know what I'm saying? Of course, you know what I'm saying, he's leaving out all of the crimes and all of the stuff that they have done. But, you know what I'm saying, we have the kind-hearted and we got this morality that we got to follow. And it's interesting, you know what I'm saying, the people who think that they are the chosen ones are probably the least moral. But in actuality, you know what I'm saying, we practice things to the extreme, and the extreme morality part of it too.
Jews in Christian Europe and the Muslim Middle East were second-class citizens. Rules and laws were almost always placed on where they could live, and for political reasons, they were often placed nearby centers of power. These large towns were like larger cities, and even in a finance and trade routes that would have cut out the various.
All right, so we're gonna go past this one because I'm not gonna go through the whole history of it. All right, hold on, let me stop real quick. All right, what up, Hardcore? All right, let me see what y'all saying. Semitic is a race of people, the so-called Indian, the so-called black man, the so-called Arab, and about 3 or 4. Yeah. So how is saying something like that anti-Semitic? I think that's what makes you the most anti-Semitic, thinking you're the only Semitic person there. All right, redheaded Semites. Just Google the word. All right. All right, so let's go on. You know what I'm saying? So, because it is who is the most anti-Semitic person out there, group or whatever. So, do Jews cause anti-Semitism?
Do Jewish people cause anti-Semitism? This probably seems like an offensive question, and sure sounds like an example of blaming the victim. But a shockingly large number of people believe that Jews cause themselves to be hated, and it's one of the reasons why
we know it.
Anti-Semitism has endured for so many centuries. A recent CNN survey found that nearly 1 in 5 Europeans believe that anti-Semitism in their countries was a response to the everyday behavior of Jewish people. An even more commonly expressed version of this belief.
See, like, even their own people get tired of their side. There's so much shysters, even other Europeans who are just as savage, like, man, these shysters gotta go. They keep kicking them out of their own countries for their practice.
Belief is the claim that Israel causes anti-Semitism. And that's just the ones who admitted it to a pollster. So back to the question, do Jews or the Jewish state cause anti-Semitism? If we're going to uproot anti-Jewish prejudice, it's crucial to understand exactly why the claim is so egregiously wrong, logically, historically, and morally. Unfortunately, the idea that Jews are responsible for their own persecution is not some fringe idea. Take Swedish Public Radio, the country's equivalent of NPR. In early 2015, host Helena Groll interviewed Isaac Bachman, Israel's ambassador to Sweden, in the wake of 2 deadly anti-Semitic attacks in Europe. But Groll didn't ask the Israeli envoy what non-Jews could do to stop this virulent anti-Semitism. Instead, she asked,
do the Jews themselves have any responsibility in the growing anti-Semitism that we see now?
Bachman, unsurprisingly, was shocked.
Well, I reject the question altogether. The question of how a woman contributes for the fact of being raped.
Oh man, so you're gonna see, they like to equate non-equatable things, you know what I'm saying? They like to throw black people in there. He tried to say that's like a woman being raped, you know what I'm saying? Now let me ask y'all this, you know what I'm saying? This ain't got that. But if that woman went into somebody else's, you know what I'm saying, house and kicked them out and like, you know what I'm saying, beat them and you know what I'm saying, treated them and said, you know, it's my destiny because God gave me the right to be on his land. You know what I'm saying? You can't equate that to rape or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Because you committed the crime by going on somebody else's land, taking their stuff, you know what I'm saying?
It's irrelevant altogether. I don't think that there is any provocation that Jews are doing. They just exist.
As we noted in an earlier video, the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights has found that 60% of Swedish Jews fear to publicly identify as Jewish. That Grohl, a respected member of the media, felt comfortable blaming Jews for their own abuse helps explain why. Grohl didn't stop digging, however. She went on.
But a lot of people would look at the Middle East today and say there is conflicts that we know between the Israelis and the Palestinians. And a lot of people might say, we see the Gaza war, we see things that have been happening, that the Israelis and the Jews in Israel have a responsibility to reactions that are
I don't know, it sounds pretty anti-Semitic to me what they was doing over there.
After outrage on social media over this business.
And see, that's what I'm saying, like blaming the blacks for the KKK. Now, the KKK, you know what I'm saying, black people was the ones that had their land taken, that had their stuff taken. And in this situation, you know what I'm saying, the shysters would be the KKK. See, that's what they're not equating, you know what I'm saying? In this situation, they wouldn't be like black people. They would be like the KKK because they're on somebody else's stuff talking about it's my destiny to be here, you know what I'm saying? And God promised me this land. You know, I don't care about your God. You know what I'm saying? He promised you this, you know what I'm saying? But apparently black people would accept, you know, everybody's God or everybody's cool. But anyway, they're the KKK in this situation.
Bizarre exchange, the public radio station apologized for the interview and purged it from their online archives. But erasing the evidence of bigotry is not the same as confronting and debunking it. In her interview, Grohl said that a lot of people think as she does. So why Israel cause anti-Semitism?
So logically, you know what I'm saying, they would be the KKK logically, so.
Logic. Take the notion, sometimes presented by well-meaning people, that Jews came to be despised as miserly and greedy because they were forbidden from owning land or holding most occupations, and so were compelled to become moneylenders in the Middle Ages. The argument is that Jews came to be associated with money and thus hated for their money.
No, not hated for their money, hated for interest rates and, you know what I'm saying, predatory loans and shiesty practices with money. You know what I'm saying? And
Jewish behavior caused Jew hatred. It's a very convenient tale to explain anti-Semitism, but it doesn't actually make sense. After all, why were Jews restricted from so many professions and not permitted to own land? The underlying anti-Semitism predated
because historically they have done so
an
much
excuse
shiesty
for
stuff.
Same, while the justifications for it change over time. That's why if you get rid of one rationale for anti-Semitism, a new one just takes its place. And these explanations never stand up to scrutiny.
All right. They don't stand up to scrutiny. So let's see. Now, if you look up slumlord, and you will see who most of the slumlords actually are. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to see if they stand up to scrutiny. Why people is mad about this. Because this is ancient practices here. Right? This is some of the reasons why they get kicked out of the places that they be at.
Is the victim of murder and kidnapping, and now his family says he has also become the target of character assassination after this cover of the New York Post came out Sunday. You see the headline? Who didn't want him dead? Sits beside the face of 39-year-old Menachem Stark. Stark is the father of 7, and New York police have released surveillance video of his kidnapping. Watch closely here in the circle. It took at least 2 minutes for his kidnappers to force him into a van. This was Thursday, outside of his office in Brooklyn. Friday, investigators found, it quotes a tenant organizer saying this about Stark, quote, "He pretty much ripped off the whole building." Stark's family and supporters say the Post headline glorifies Stark's murder. They have just held a news conference declaring a $25,000 reward for his killer.
Nobody can describe the pain. And let me say, the arrest is not going to erase the anguish of the family, of the community, of any decent human being who could see, who can hear or saw
the Jewish Ben Crump.
picture of a lovely family, a blossoming tree that has been cut to its branches. Children do not have a father. A wife does not have a husband. Why? What did he do?
He shysted everybody. Didn't you hear them? Everybody. He got over on everybody. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody that teaches children to be a shyster. You know, my goodness. But just so you know, it's not just him.
They're accused of creating appalling and squalid conditions for tenants. New at noon, CBS News' Valerie Castro has
my boy Hard Cole up there in New Amsterdam.
More from the courthouse in downtown Brooklyn, where the two are set to face a judge.
Joel Israel and his brother Amram were led into the courthouse just before 11:30 today. They were brought into the building in handcuffs to face a judge. The brothers were arrested this morning on criminal charges dealing with their role as landlords for several Brooklyn buildings. CBS 2 first brought you the story of Joel Israel more than a year ago when tenants in several of his rent-controlled Brooklyn buildings say he was trying to force them out by ripping up their apartments for repairs that would never happen. He should be.
Now, is this not some shyster stuff going on here? I mean, damn.
When tenants in several of his rent-controlled Brooklyn buildings say he was trying to force them out by ripping up their apartments for repairs that would never happen.
He should be in jail. My landlord should be in jail.
If this landlord does not go to jail, and then other landlords think they can get away with this, and other tenants are going to live in these kind of situations.
Residents at 98 Linden and Bushwick were forced to live in deplorable conditions inside gutted apartments, many partially demolished. Israel owns several buildings where tenants say the same thing has happened.
Criminal landlords have been trying to get rent-regulated tenants out is by provoking vacate orders. If they neglect the building or if they deliberately sabotage the building.
Many were forced to move out after their homes were boarded up, ruled uninhabitable. Earlier this year, a housing court judge ordered Israel to make the necessary repairs. The Brooklyn
Yeah, I mean, and there's 1,000 videos like that. But I mean, there's more stuff too. More shysting going on because they like to equate us with crime. So let's see.
Spreads in the community that this can happen, then people get panicky.
Rabbi Moshe Weisberg says Lakewood's Orthodox Jewish community is in a panic after law enforcement busted 7 couples in connection with a welfare fraud sting. On Monday, officers from the county prosecutor went to the upscale Olive Court home of Rabbi Zelman and Zipporah Sorotskin and arrested them for theft by deception of more than $338,000 in Medicaid, food stamps, rental assistance, and SSI. Also arrested on the same charges at their home on Blue Jay Way, Mordecai and Yaakov Breskin for alleged theft of almost $586,000 in welfare benefits. I'm from NJTV News. Could we talk to you, please? No one answered questions at the Hadassah Lane home of Shimon and Yaakov Nussbaum, arrested by federal agents, and Rachel and Mordecai Sorotskin, charged by the FBI with collecting federal benefits despite earning millions. On Wednesday, officers swooped in and arrested 3 more couples charged with the same offenses. The 14 defendants allegedly defrauded almost $2 million in welfare benefits. That when Lakewood's Mayor Ray Cole says there's a waiting list for Section 8 vouchers.
To see something like this happen.
Now, they love to put this welfare stuff on us, but they surely be defrauding the system a whole lot.
Is just like a knife in the heart. There's so many people out there who need the help. When things like this happen, it turns people against everybody.
Court documents indicate that the suspects basically declared themselves to be poverty-stricken.
Don't tell me Brett Favre do as much shysting as he be doing. No, I'm joking.
All the while earning tens of thousands of dollars more. The alleged fraud often involved hidden income, bogus applications, and dicey financial records. Is there a pervasive attitude of...
All right, so let me see this one. All right, so this is one that's kind of crazy right here. So let me play this, man.
A CBS News investigation has uncovered a loophole that allows accused and convicted American pedophiles to escape justice by moving to Israel. So Ian Lee has been following this for more than a year, and he traveled to Israel for this investigation. He worked with a group that tracks people accused of sex crimes, which estimates dozens of Americans have used this loophole.
So, he's 6'2".
We are on a stakeout looking for this man, Jimmy Julius Caro, 48 years old and wanted on charges of sexually assaulting a 9-year-old girl in Oregon back in 2000 and a 5-year-old girl in Israel in 2001. He's considered dangerous. But these photos are a few years old, so we don't know if he'll look the same. He remains elusive. Previous attempts to capture him have failed.
Obviously, the fear that he would somehow figure out that anyone's looking for him and bolt. He just called his number.
Shauna Aronson got a tip that Caro's expected at this clinic near Tel Aviv.
Who's going to call the
She's
police
with JCW, Jewish Community Watch, an organization that hunts down accused pedophiles who flee to Israel from the U.S., exploiting a process called Law of Return, whereby any Jewish person can move to Israel and automatically gain citizenship. The ease with which pedophiles seem able to use this law as an escape route haunts victims like Mendy Hawk, who says he was abused from age 8 by a teacher at an Orthodox Jewish school in Los Angeles. So your classroom is right here. How does it feel being back?
I was very anxious and, stressed coming back here, and a lot of memories coming through my mind.
Memories of his alleged abuser, Mordechai Yom Tov, who taught him Hebrew studies when he was just 8 years old.
So in the beginning, he would just rub me like outside of my pants, and then I would say about 3 to 4 months later, he started going like in.
Reaching down your pants?
Yeah, it's reaching down.
Why did you feel like you couldn't tell anyone?
I was scared. I was ashamed. I just didn't know what people would think of me with the whole situation.
Yom Tov pled guilty in 2002 to sexually abusing and committing lewd acts against 3 other boys. He served jail time, but when he was released, he violated his probation and, according to JCW, fled to Israel with help from individuals within the Orthodox Jewish community. JCW tracked Yom Tov down and confronted him with a hidden camera in Jerusalem, where he admitted to illegally fleeing the United States with help and using a fake passport to enter Israel.
I was supposed to stay for 5 years in the same city. I was supposed to switch on the side of myself. I was supposed to go every 2 weeks to the police station. On parole. I left within a week later.
He had this message for his victims.
I'm very, 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 very sorry.
The other person in this video is Mayor Seawald, the founder of Jewish Community Watch. He tells CBS News Yom Tov's case isn't uncommon in the Orthodox community.
The same thing that's going on in the Catholic Church right now around the world, the exact same.
You can tell something probably happened to him. He probably got touched by some rabbi.
Same thing happens in our community. The rabbis say it's, you know what, he promised he's going to go for therapy, he's never going to do it again. Boom, he's in another community. A few years later, he's at the same thing, and we hear more allegations that the person continued to abuse children.
And often, those abusers end up in Israel. Rabbi Yehuda Oppenheimer says he unwittingly helped Caro escape.
There was nothing that raised any red flags up to the point
Now, if molesting Jewish children is an anti-Semitism, if you want to call them, if you want to, they the ones who say it's anti-Semitism, right? So you gonna tell me that's not anti-Semitism? That's the most anti-Semitism I've seen out of anything.
He was moving to Israel.
Well, I wish I could say that, but unfortunately I can't say that. So he had violated his parole, and now they were looking for him. He said that there was something in the past that had happened when he was young, but nothing had ever happened since. I've changed and I'm a different person now, but you gotta help me. I felt that I could trust him. So I wrote him a letter, and he bought a ticket, and he left.
Caro is accused of abusing more children when he got to Israel.
What was that like for you when you found that out?
Punch to the gut. It was
Oh, so long. What I don't know their words. All right.
Amuna, not her real name, is the person on the other end of the line. She was a little girl when Caro entered her life.
I was 4 or 5 years old. My mother was on bed rest. My father's a rabbi, so he wasn't really home. He used to come to our house We used to play games, and then it became sexual. I'm going to give you a cookie because you do it so nicely. It's
Angry that it was allowed to happen in the first place.
What are your thoughts on him being able to come to Israel?
Nobody wants to deal with that.
Shauna accuses the Israeli police of not prioritizing accused pedophiles on the run.
Why do you have to be the ones that do this?
Because nobody else is. That's really, I don't have any better answer than that.
And if you guys weren't doing it,
Then nobody would do it.
Israeli police told CBS News that, quote, the police coordinate closely with the Ministry of Justice and worldwide police organizations in order to find suspects overseas. Today, Caro faces charges in Israel, while back in the United States, the district attorney's office in Clackamas County in Oregon told CBS News they are working with federal authorities to secure his extradition. But Mordechai Yomtov remains at large. The district attorney here in Los Angeles told...
Yeah, so man, you know, they allow the killers, murderers, rapists, no matter what they do from around the world, they have a place where they can come back to, you know what I'm saying? And they put their stuff out there for you know, everybody. You know, and the thing is, you know, because I was listening to somebody while I was listening before this, I was listening to somebody talk about, you know, there are people globally in quote unquote their diaspora put their resources together to help, you know what I'm saying, keep this quote unquote this stolen land that they took from other people going, you know what I'm saying? But they put their resources together, and that is a place of safety for all of them. But it still allows them, you know what I'm saying, to do stuff like this. And people wonder why, you know. So all right, so y'all talking about Semitic. There's no white person who is Semitic. Semitic languages constitute the most populous branch of Afro-Asiatic languages family. Right, exactly. You know what I'm saying? So to say that something would be anti-Semitic would be, you know what I'm saying, probably the most anti-Semitic thing you could say. All right, hold on for 1 second, y'all. All right, so speaking of anti-Semitism, let's see before I put the I'm gonna show one more thing or something else. All right, so speaking of anti-Semitism, let's just go through this last part.
לא הכל כושים מברכים, אלא צריך שיהיה כושי שאבא שלו ואימא שלו לבנים. איפה אתה תדע? אם אתה יודע, גופה שאתה יודע, ואתה יצא להם בן קוף, יצא להם בן ככה.
Now that's their priests calling black people monkeys or whatever. All right, so let's go.
Since 2006, about 60,000 Africans have arrived in Israel on harrowing treks through the Sinai Desert, fleeing poverty, persecution.
Now they told you what anti-Semitism was, or doing, placing a threat, a danger, and you heard the brother earlier saying, well, you know, if you want to be treated like humans, you know what I'm saying, you got to treat others like humans. So let's see how they treat other humans, you know what I'm saying?
Cleansing and genocide.
As refugee camps across Africa fill up and Europe closes its gates to asylum seekers, Israel became the next best option, accessible by land and said to be a developed democracy. But instead of providing them with safe haven, Israel is both refusing to grant them any benefits and denying them the ability to work legally to support themselves. Faced with poverty and exploitation, a new nightmare unfolded.
עדיין לא מאוחר, אפשר מחר לעשות מעשה, להתחיל לאסוף את המסתננים, לא צריך לחכות לבג"ץ, לא צריך שום דבר.
Now he said we don't need for the Supreme Court, we can start rounding them up, talking about black people. You know what I'm saying? Now this is the kind of this is how they feel about the real Semites, you know what I'm saying? They talking about rounding them up. Now they will say, oh, you can't say nothing about rounding nobody up, you know what I'm saying, because of what happened to us. But, you know, hey, I mean, right? See, it's all fun and games until the rabbit got the gun, right? You know what I'm saying? But the rabbit don't even want the gun. The rabbit trying to hand the gun back to you, and you're still calling them anti-Semite.
אני רואה חיה מחוץ לבית שלי, יריקות, פסיכופטים, אנשים שרק מחפשים איך לרצוח אותי בעיניים שלהם, אבל אף אחד לא מאמין לנו, אנחנו גזענים.
She said nobody believes us. You're racist. We're racist because we want to preserve our lives and our sanity. Do you see this? This is how they speaking. I know we gotta apologize for what we think and how we feel, but this is what they saying.
כדי לרצות לשמור על החיים שלנו ועל השפיות שלנו. אז אני גאה בלהיות גזענית. אני גאה בלהיות גזענית. אם אני גזענית בשביל לשמור על החיים שלי, אז אני גאה.
While protests raged in the streets against the presence of asylum seekers from Africa, the man who held the power to determine their fate, Deputy Prime Minister Eli Yishai, demanded their expulsion.
אם ייתנו לי את כל הכלים, ואני פועל להשיג את כל הכלים, וזה לא קל. אם ייתנו לי את כל הכלים בלי יוצא מן הכלל, תוך פחות משנה לא יישאר
But you can't say it's your black first because you ain't got the heart to say that, but they can say that about their state. You know what I'm saying? They can do what it takes, you know what I'm saying? I get it. But okay.
ארץ ישראל אפילו מסתנן אחד.
And the few isolated Israelis who dared to protest, like this woman, were met with harsh backlash.
Dude, speaking of being raped, you know what I'm saying? Dude talking about, I hope she be raped just because, you know, she disagreed. But okay, so Ethiopian Jews then, okay. All right, so Ethiopian Jews. But what's going on in Israel, and not so much the Ethiopian Jews or any of that mattering, it's just the same thing. Because I know a lot of people be like, you know, like racism and certain things is only really in America. But the truth is, you know what I'm saying, the darker you are around the globe, you know what I'm saying, the worse your experiences, you know what I'm saying, because generally we don't think that working together to change that experience is worth it, I guess, you know what I'm saying? And it's not so much about Ethiopian Jews and it's not so much about Israel, but it's the same old story around the world, you know what I'm saying?
שוטר רוצח חייב להיות בפנים! שוטר רוצח חייב להיות בפנים! שוטר אלים תוריד את המדים!
Solomon Teka, a 19-year-old Ethiopian Israeli, was shot and killed by a police officer last summer. In March, his family and supporters showed up at the officer's trial. The officer said the shooting was an accident after he fired at the ground. He faces a maximum of 3 years in prison.
החוק שלכם, אתם המצאתם את החוק מאסר עולם, זה החוק של רצח. אז איך 3 שנים, זה?
בואו נגיד את כל הקורבנות של הנרצח, הם כולם ביחד.
Teka's death wasn't the first to rally the Ethiopian Israeli community. Over the past 5 years, 6 young Ethiopian men have been killed by cops, according to a local advocacy group, leading to huge protests across the country. None of the officers were prosecuted until now. This might sound a lot like the Black Lives Matter movement in America, but for Ethiopian Israelis, their struggle for acceptance is complicated by both race and religion. They're facing injustice in the world's only Jewish state, even though they're also Jewish.
See, that's the crazy part, right? See, this is the crazy part. This is the insanity, bro. This is the insanity. Only one group of people don't realize, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, we say race in something else. Race in, yo, no, bro. Like, they don't include you, bro. It don't matter what your identify as. It don't matter if you, like, yo, I'm supposed to have a safe space because I'm Jewish, so I'm in a Jewish space. I'm supposed to be safe. It don't work that way, bro. How many times do we got to learn that lesson? And this is why we talk. This is why I talk about, you know what I'm saying, being Black people until we have a army nation, something that's there to protect us. The same thing will be happening. You in a safe space for all people that's supposed to be accepted, and a lot of them get deported and not accepted. They also get shot down by the police all the time, and the same thing that be happening, profiled and all of this stuff. And they tell them that they cannot be the real Jews because they're Black. You know what I'm saying? They're saying that they aren't their people. Right, but then they'll turn around and say some non-racist stuff. But as Black people, oh, it's a complicated issue because I'm Black and Jewish. It's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. The world has done this. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you created it. I'm not saying none of that. And see, it's difficult to call them anti-Semites, but is this not them being the most anti-Semitic out of anybody in the world? Where they can shoot down their own Jewish citizens, which is against their Torah, but they don't believe that. But they the biggest anti-Semitic, even if you want to say it's Jewish, which is quote unquote just a religion. But that's what I'm saying. We are everything else first, but Black. You know what I'm saying? And it's important. That's why it has to be Black only, because people, in order to take a nation state from somebody else, they had to dedicate their whole lives and saying, you know, we must maintain this Jewish state for our people specifically. It is us only. What we say goes. And let's be real, we have enough energy trying to help everybody else. But in order to get out of the bottom of every society, you gotta be so focused on your own stuff that it can only be Black only. And I'm not saying get rid of your religion or nothing like that. I'm just saying you're gonna keep coming into this problem no matter where you go, no matter what religion that you have. In a Christian nation, you can't say I'm a Christian, so I'm good. No, you still Black. In a Muslim nation, you can't say I'm you know what I'm saying, Muslim. Well, you're not Arab, so no. In a Jewish nation, well, no, I'm not a fake Jew. You know what I'm saying? I may be the true Jew. I may be the true Jew. But in the state where they got like the guns and the weapons and all of this stuff, you know what I'm saying? It ain't no one side, yo, it ain't no complicated issue.
Young Ethiopian Israelis like the rapper Teddy Neguse have been at the forefront demanding change. He's best known for the song Handcuffed, which became something of an anthem for the protest movement.
And it's crazy because around the world, there's only one thing that's really going to stop it. You know what I'm saying? And that's, I'm just saying, the way that they took Israel from a group of people, stole somebody else's land, and we feel like this is our land, you know what I'm saying? No matter where you are, you know what I'm saying? We allow other people to have such an influence on the decisions that we make that even we would call ourselves anti-Semitic. A lot of y'all would call me anti-Semitic for saying some of this stuff, you know what I'm saying? But when you have Semitic people who are conflicted between their religion and being black, making songs about being handcuffed, demanding to change. You know what I'm saying? And going out in the streets and protesting there just like they do here. I know it's only happens in America though, but I'm just saying, man, maybe making songs, you know what I'm saying, and going on the street and marching ain't gonna do it. Maybe being willing to take that land by any means necessary. And like how Jewish state, because people are like, well, other people help Jewish nations. Well, maybe that's the reason why black people globally, because we're all in the same situation, should cooperate. Oh man, it's crazy, bro. All right.
And what I'm speaking about.
All right, I probably should stop playing this anyway, because it's going. They probably take this video down just for that video right there. But all right, man. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. Right. You know what I'm saying? They understand they can work together. They know what to do. You know what I'm saying? But we seem to be the only one caught up in what we should call ourselves, what we should be doing, what we should be saying. And at the end of the day, you know, the only time that you're going to be able to say or enforce, you know what I'm saying, or create an end to the anti-blackness and have people apologizing and going on apology tours is when you're ready to sit there and enforce something. Right now, they got something that can dangle in front of you that you are afraid to lose, whether it be money, opportunity, you know, if you want to be on TV or something, whatever it is, they have something that they feel that they could dangle in front of you. And oftentimes they are right, because you will go on that apology tour. And apologize for even speaking the truth. But it's their ability to organize, you know what I'm saying? Definitely have been assimilated. But you see, you know, they have their children learning their culture, right? They teach them the shiestiness, you know what I'm saying? They just aren't born this way. They're taught the shiestiness. But it's organized, and they do it in a religious manner. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, they will put their tribalisms aside when it comes to your black ass. Religion, it don't matter. It don't matter. Now, they'll fight each other. Don't get me wrong. They're going to fight each other. And the thing about them, you know, a lot of Europeans don't like them because they feel like, oh, well, the shysters have, you know what I'm saying, too much of that drop of black blood in them. You know what I'm saying? And they found a way to play on that. And so they fight each other. But, right, the difference is, right, even in this particular group, you know what I'm saying? Because even if you are in a particular group, okay, fine, start there. We need unity at some level at this point. You know what I'm saying? Build together. Don't worry about the net. Focus on building together. But they was able in different communities across the world to put their resources together and create a state where they can come to, even their pedophiles, and they're going to be protected. Now, I'm not saying nothing like that. That's the European culture stuff. But, you know, being in control of your children's mind is important. You know what I'm saying? And this is why propaganda and what you watch, what you intake is important. Because, yeah, they control all of that, you know? So, all right, I'll play one last thing before I get out of here then. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of people ain't gonna have the smoke for these people like that. So... And this one, I'm not going to share the screen because they probably going to take it down. But, and this is about Europeans. This is not about black people. I already know how black people is going to do, but y'all probably take the bait. But I'm going to play this last thing and then I'm going to get off of here.
Why do you, as a Jewish white man, feel that you have even any kind of say-so in the matter that pertains to us as black people, especially when what you suggested is far from the tangibles that were received by your very own group? This is
State of Israel.
Huh?
Now, first and foremost, if Shyster has anything to say to me before they have any advice, first of all, you tell them, you know what I'm saying, unless you breaking off some of that reparations money, you ain't got nothing to say to me. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't trying to hear none of that, because you know what? My tax dollars going to that. I ain't vote for that. You know how they was like, they got a commercial against something. I ain't vote for that. Well, I ain't vote for my reparations money going to the shysters getting or I ain't vote for my tax money for shysters to get reparations. I ain't vote for that. It is what it is. It ain't my business what they was doing over there or why Hitler did what he did. I don't know if he had a reason. It's white on white crime.
The state of Israel getting reparations from Germany.
Basically, yes.
Yeah. Right. Let me just point out real quick. I personally, because look how much money you got. I have not received a penny in reparations.
No, but yeah, that doesn't matter.
Not even a penny.
Not
Right. Personally. Not personally. I
But
personally have not gotten anything.
You as a Jew, you are Jewish, yes?
Yes. I'm Jewish. Fellow Jews who
Right.
live in Israel
got money
reparations
for what they went through.
Right.
Okay.
And on that point, I was going to kind of group all these together, but since you mentioned, I just want to point out a very important difference in these two situations. Germany did not say, hey, we've decided to give the Jewish people all these millions of dollars because we feel so bad about all the Jews that we've killed. They lost World War II. And they were told by the rest of the world how much they're going to cough up. And it was not up to them. You think they would have given the Jews anything? They would have probably even denied it. Think about that for a second.
So, and that's deep, because
It's
why
deep.
does not the rest of the world, they know what America has done to black people in this country, original people in this country, the natives of this country. They know what the fuck they've done.
Right.
So why they don't come clamoring the same way
Right.
and make America pay the same way that they made Germany pay?
Now, see, that's the thing here. You know what I'm saying? And of course, they're not going to do that because all of them participated. Right? They all different groups. Yeah, so what? You know what I'm saying? But they all participate and they all got on this code, you know what I'm saying, of whiteness. They all unified under the banner of whiteness. Why? To exploit you, your resources, forever, perpetually. They, in their mind, it means forever. And to this particular group, they say it's because their God gives them the right to do so. And to other groups, you know what I'm saying, even the British, they say manifest destiny and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? The Catholics got the Pope talking about manifest, or not manifest destiny, but the papal bulls or whatever. The doctrine of discovery. They use all of these groups use their beliefs to empower them. Not to give away the power, but to empower them. and they have learned how to put aside their tribal differences when it comes to you. They're going to fight each other. They hate each other. It's true. You see who walk around talking about Jews will not replace us. But you know who walk around trying to be friends, talking about people of color and invite people to the barbecue? But let them tell it. And people like this shyster here who comes into the black community, and black people allow him to come into the community, you know what I'm saying, and exploit their culture. But the minute that you say something about his culture, it's, oh, that's different. Just like that shyster Ben Shapiro, you know what I'm saying? I'm against but why aren't they saying that against the reparations money that America gave their homeland? They aren't saying I'm against that because they know better. They're going to say they're against you. But we let people like this particular shyster, Vlad, come in our communities and exploit it, make money off of it, and make a mockery of it. Yo, what up, Time to Work? Yo, that's the point though, Bakari. Why do we accept disrespect? You know what I'm saying? Other people aren't going to accept disrespect. Well, I say, well, they shysters, you know what I'm saying? What are you going to do? It's the truth, you know what I'm saying? My thing is, why do we allow other people to come into our cultures to have an opinion, to say anything like that? You know what I'm saying? But this shyster here makes a killing doing that. And we don't even, you know what I'm saying? Yo, it is what it is.
Right. If there was an international outcry, like a United Nations outcry, where all the rest of the countries were saying, look, America, you got to pay this. You know what you did. You got to admit to it. You got to pay it, or else we're going to have sanctions against your country.
Right. That's what fucking needs to happen.
That's what happened with Germany. Right. Just so you
now, and I'm not going to use let's say the next Deshaun Jackson, right? Now, let's say he says something and he stands on his square, right? And he gets dropped. And it's a person that you know what I'm saying? He stands on his square, you know what I'm saying? Are we prepared to, at the very least, you know what I'm saying, look at the sponsors or whatever he may have that drops that person and say, we're going to put sanctions on this company who dropped this brother who was telling the truth, who stood up for black people. And it could be any group, but especially the anti-Semite, because that seemed to be the one that black people apologize to the most. Because they try to use this anti-Semitism thing as a weapon, you know what I'm saying? And I don't like that, you know what I'm saying? It's real shysterish, you know what I'm saying? It's a shysty thing to do. But for the next brother who's willing to do that, are you prepared to look at every sponsor that drops them and never support them again? Say it'd be Adidas, you know what I'm saying? Oh, well, I'm never going to support nothing Adidas again, or Nike, or whatever it may be. Because if not, then, you know what I'm saying, it'll be very hard to criticize that person, you know what I'm saying, for apologizing. But, I mean, placing sanctions is one of the most important parts of it, because not all revolution is bloody, but some of it is, you know what I'm saying, but not all of it is. What you're doing with your dollars is some of the most important, especially to send a message, and especially if you want to send a direct message. Okay. Yo, what up, Bakari?
What's going on, man? What's up, everybody in the chat? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, check it out, right? And I know this been the big thing. I know people talk about the tribe called the Jews, right? That's one of the tribes of Europe. That's what I call them, right? But see, when you just said something when you said if Adidas drop them, are we gonna stop dealing with Adidas, right? So when we saying the Jews, we got to understand that white folk don't like you talking about white folk because Adidas is owned by Nazis. That's who started Adidas. They weren't even Jews. That's white folks sticking together. That's why when I talk about it, I put them in the same boat. They just working together. And dude, he put in the chat about Kanye, right? And I'll say it again. The guy that owns SoFi Stadium, who Kanye begging to go back to because he won his concerts, right? That dude was German. He wasn't Jew. That was white folks sticking together. See, they use that stuff, and we been going. But for me, I think when we just break it down to that little small tribe, I would be me if it was me. I would be letting the other white folks who working with the Jews off the hook, because the Jews didn't cancel. We know those like Nike. The dude, he's not a Jew. So if he cancels somebody for talking about the Jews, you got to just look at that as white folk working with white folk. We have given 14 people, right, all the power in the world, right? So when we talk about they did this and they did that and they got all this power and they have been doing this forever, right? And you know me, I'm not even reparations. You don't even hear me talking about reparations. But in all honesty, if I was in somebody, excuse me, if I was somebody in charge in this country and I was white, I would like, how can you ask me for something? Y'all say the Jews did everything to y'all. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody, right? But it makes a whole lot of sense to me. You understand? So, and let's say hypothetically, I did, because what you said about another thing about dropping people, right? In all honesty, let's say we owned, and we should, because we could do the same thing. I wouldn't let nobody disrespect me either, right? But we could do the same thing when we feel disrespected. But our people, we won't stop going to Gucci. They won't stop shopping at Louis Vuitton. We won't stop going. And because we have been so fragmented, and now we fragment ourselves, right? So I can't stick with you. Me and you, we not the same, even though the whole world sees us the same, right? So you find them white people say they ain't gonna be replaced by Jews, right? But I bet you they ain't gonna let nobody else mess with them white Jews. You understand? They ain't gonna let nobody. They might, but them white folks, man, I'm being honest, that them white folks sticking together. And we breaking it down, like I said, to 14 people when it's all of them working together in cahoots. It's all of them. I hear the mic.
Yeah, no, Bakari, it's not like when I was saying like Adidas and Nike, because I already know, because we talked about that earlier. What I'm saying is, when they place sanctions, what I'm saying, economically, like that is like, you look at those companies that do that, like whatever company it may be. Yeah, because why they are on sticking together, and that would be us sticking together, what I'm saying? And that's the point, like, because we like to think that only we have gender wars and tribal divisions and stuff like that, but it's not true. They do have their own tribes, yeah, they do, what I'm saying, but they come together under, what I'm saying, the banner of whiteness, and they have learned how to do this, especially when it comes to us, what I'm saying. And they also use this thing as anti-Semitic as a straight weapon, what I'm saying, a tool. And what up, Matron? What's going on? What up, Time to Work? He said the reason funding everything we invented is not funded by us. It's all of them. The problem is that there's not all of us. Well, yeah, and that's the thing, you know what I'm saying? And that's the difference. We'll get stuck into our tribal divisions and get stuck with our beefs with each other, you know what I'm saying? Now they'll still have their issues. They'll march up and down the street saying we will not replace us. But like you said, you know what I'm saying? They will turn around and drop you from their company, you know what I'm saying, if you disrespect them as a black person, you know what I'm saying? And that's what we're saying. If we can't even have enough
Hey, before let me ask you, but who will drop you from their company if you disrespect them?
No, I said Adidas. Adidas, you said that was a white
Yeah,
supremacy.
so yeah, like if you did, that's the point I'm making. So if you disrespect the Jews, a Nazi will drop you.
Right.
Think about that. Think
Exactly.
about that. While we still argue, you disrespect a so-called Jew, right? A Nazi will drop you. That's why I said when we break it down and make it about that small percentage of people, we let the other ones off the hook, and they're all working in cahoots. It's all of them.
No, yeah, but the thing is, Bukhari, the problem is like when you say that they'll drop you, you know what I'm saying? But the problem is when a black person stands up for them, it is not black people as a whole, you know what I'm saying, that has their back, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, like when they drop Adidas, they'll still go support Adidas. We'll still spend our dollars with Adidas, you know what I'm saying? Even though they're against them and they drop them, you know what I'm saying? But we won't stand up with somebody who, especially if they have different ideology. But that's why I took it out of Kanye West and just put into the next person in the future, whoever it may be, that says something about them. And they say something about anti-Semitic. Are we gonna look at the companies that's dropping them and say, well, you know what, we're not gonna support that? Because if they have the courage to do that, you know what I'm saying, and we can't even have the courage to not support those businesses, you know what I'm saying? Like, what can you really say, you know?
Well, you know, for me, like black people appreciate being disrespected. We are the happiest people on earth when we're disrespected. We even make up excuses to reason why we should still be disrespected, right? So if other people, right? And like I say, I don't give a damn about them, white folks, none of them. But if other people choose to stand against disrespect, stand to say, I'm not going to let you say this about me. Even though we can say people been saying it forever, but for them, their ancestors told them it was a derogatory term. I don't know how they talk to one another because I ain't around them. But you don't find them disrespecting their ancestors saying, well, today it's different. It's okay to be a shyster, right? But if we gonna talk about us, we got to talk about the disrespect that we allow, and we even allow from one another, and make excuses for it to continue, right? So my
What do you
point
mean,
is,
Bukhari?
huh?
What do you mean?
The way we speak to one another, the way anybody can talk about us, the way anybody, all of a sudden he cool with me, he can get a pass with the N-word. Right? Somebody told Jews they were shysters. Jews say they're not shysters. Jews don't want nobody to call them a shyster, so they stand against it, right? Somebody called us the N-word. Our ancestors said we were not the N-word. Come back in 100 years later, that's just what it is. That's how we talk nowadays. We got to have something that we stand on, right? So we can stop supporting. I absolutely agree. I don't watch the Russian Jew, Vlad. I don't watch him at all. The one time I did a show and that dude, Lord Jamal, whatever the hell his name is, who's going around speaking this pseudoscience now, but somebody told me, listen to what Lord Jamal said on it. I don't watch him. See, people think I'm crazy when I say it's certain things I ain't gonna do, because I don't get on code. I live by a code that I have for me. It's certain things I'm not gonna do. I don't wear name brand clothes. Ain't nobody gonna ever see nobody name on me. Ever. You ain't gonna see no, I got what's the popular jeans now? I got them. You ain't gonna see that on me. The only reason I have tennis shoes with a name on it is because I got bad feet and I bought me some shoes that cost $13. And I went walking in them 2 miles and my feet were swollen up for about 3 days. So I had to get me some shoes where my feet wouldn't hurt. So what I'm saying is, if we're gonna stand for something, let's stand for taking those all these white folks' name off of us. And then if a black person want to come sell us some clothes and we want to buy, he need to have it in a price range where people can afford it, right? But the point I'm making is, if you have rules that you set for yourself, and I don't tell nobody to, one thing about me, I don't tell nobody to do what I do. But when I say what I do, I know people will say, man, that's crazy. I had people laugh at me. My son, he's 19 now, when he was about 5, inside the barbershop. Then they're bragging on his son was 6 years old, couldn't go outside and play in his school clothes because his pants at 6 years old, his pants was $80. His shirt was $75. And he had on a pair of $100 Jordans. He was 6. I say, man, my son wore Shaqs. You know how many pair of Shaqs I bought for $100? 5 pair. I used to go shopping, 5 pair of shoes for my son. Man, we gonna get every color of Shaqs. We can take those people's name off us. We can do the same damn thing, but you got to be strong enough to stand for something. And if you don't stand for something, we end up being in the same boat that we're in now. That's my take.
Well, yeah, Bakari, I don't disagree with you about the the N-word thing. And for your next episode, there is like websites you could go to that has like brothers with like good clothing that's like affordable, you know what I'm saying? I should show one for on the next time you have an episode of Black Business. But that's the thing though, Bakari, and speaking of like individual groups, because like I tell you all the time, like you put me on that John Brown was Jew, you know what I'm saying, was a shyster, you know what I'm saying. I ain't know that, and it don't really make a difference, but it does actually now, because like the way they elevate them and the way they use it, and especially in like media, because like it is true, you know what I'm saying, they are in charge of a lot of media, a lot of what could be heard, a lot of what could be seen, you know what I'm saying, a lot of stuff, you know what I'm saying, the narrative that's put out there, the music that is like that you could say N-word, 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 kill, 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 but you can't say stat chicks like Hebrews. Who do you think is putting most of that stuff out that a lot of children are consuming, you know what I'm saying? But also, like with them, speaking of them individually, you know what I'm saying? And I think that's a lesson that could be learned, you know what I'm saying? Now, there and there's a greater lesson and a smaller lesson, you know what I'm saying? Like not smaller, but there's the lesson of like when they took the land stolen from the people that was there, you know what I'm saying? Now they had this quote unquote diaspora of shysters around the world, you know what I'm saying? And all the money they made from shysting people around the world, you know what I'm saying, they would donate and put into trying to obtain this land. And now they have a land where even pedophiles can come back to the land and be protected, because no matter where they are in the world, they have a state where they could be protected. But then on a larger scale, they also had other Europeans like America or whatever helping them do this, you know what I'm saying, like working together globally, you know what I'm saying, but they also use their, you know what I'm saying, particular thing, you know what I'm saying, but us as a whole, you know what I'm saying, we ain't even close to working together globally. I think that I'm like, we gotta at least build in our communities right now, like you and your community, and then me and my community, and then hopefully we'll build our communities up, and then we'll be in contact and then work together. But like we really gotta be focused on, like, you know what I'm saying, a community at whole, but we not even close to the global aspect where America is helping Israel and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying, or other European nations is helping Israel maintain their state, you know what I'm saying. Like, but even just on that lesson of them in particular, you know what I'm saying, putting their stuff together in a diaspora, you know what I'm saying, is a good lesson, I think. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about that, Bakari?
Yeah, we do need to we gonna have to start in our community, and we can't get the community, which is supposed to be like a common unity. We can't get us, it's hard to get us to come together on that, you know, for a lot of different reasons. But I ain't gonna make no excuses, right? It's and I know when you talk about the music and who put that music out, right? Don't nobody make us don't nobody make us consume. Don't nobody make us consume it. See, we have to start having control over what we do, regardless of what anybody else do, right? You want to sell music, we ain't gonna buy it if this is what you're selling.
Yo, Bakari, not to cut you off, right? But like, I haven't listened to the radio either. But I haven't bought music in so long. But at the same time, even without buying it, they play the same things over and over on the radio, like on some brainwashing stuff. You know what I'm saying?
You know, and guess what? I won't argue with that at all. I'm gonna tell you when I stopped listening, because I used to listen to talk shows in the morning, then they'll play music. Ricky Smiley was funny. And I remember my son was in the second grade. This is my youngest son. So my daughter was in kindergarten. And I'm on my way taking him to school. And a Nicki Minaj song came on. And this was the radio. Didn't beat nothing out. Every time you want a nut, you Google my ass. That was at 7 o'clock in the damn morning. I turned the radio off. My kids tell me, Dad, you boring. We would get in my truck. We could drive 10 hours from Atlanta to Chicago. I'm listening to, I have books I listen to. I listen to Dr. John Henry Clark. I listen to, for 10, that's what I'm going to listen to. If I find some music that I'm going to listen to, it would be blues, old school, or some, what people say would be conscious raps, right? See, we are in this back to when we were saying, remember I was talking about, I did a show about race versus ethnicity, right? We're so fragmented, and the reason I say ethnicity, claiming an ethnicity, don't work for us and won't work for us, not right now anyway. We're already too fragmented, right? And then I say, you notice the people that has power, it's only one of those damn European tribes that will talk about an ethnicity, and that is a Jew. And they're still European, and they still will work together. Us breaking ourselves down so we already been separated and divided. So then we separate and divide ourselves more, right? Well, it's hard for us to come together because you from up north and I'm from down south. You speak like this and I speak like that. You a Pan-African, I'm a Hebrew. You know, then people, if you, I'm a Moor, I'm a FBA, I'm a Idos. We gonna say we're a whole lot of different things. Don't nobody want to stand on African, right? So now in 2022, I hear a lot of people say, well, we do need our own identity. They gave us an identity. Well, our ancestors gave us an identity a long time ago. That's who called us African American. So then, like forecasts say, what identity you gonna call yourself? You can call yourself the brown Woolleyites, the orange Dominions. It don't make a difference what you call yourself at the end of the day. They gonna put you, all of us, in the same boat. But the problem is, we want to get out that boat and join the people who's drowning. We want to join their team instead of saying, you know what? We're going to turn this boat to a ship and we're going to make we're going to sell what we want to sell. We're going to do what we want to do. We're going to find our own destination. We're going to make our situation better. But yet and still, we are waiting for someone else. We are still asking for someone else to make our situation better for us. And we're gonna have to one day just look in the mirror and say, it ain't gonna happen if we don't do it. And for those of us that haven't figured it out yet, I don't know what to say to you. I don't know what to tell you. But if we don't make our situation better, our situation won't get better. If we don't stick together the way other folks stick together, and I'm not saying we won't have no infighting. If we don't become race first, right? Look at the dude Dapper Dan when people start talking about boycotting Gucci. All of a sudden, Gucci go get a black dude from New York who some people, I know you heard the dude Dapper Dan, right? So Gucci get Dapper Dan and put him on. Dapper Dan should have been strong enough to say no. And we should have been strong enough to say, why are we still supporting Gucci? Everybody should be wearing Dapper Dan. Or that one story, okay, Millie Merch sell this. We can get the socks and the underwear and this and hats and whatever for Millie Merch. How about wearing something with their name on it? So we got to understand that our name means something as well. But we look at white people as they have been put on a pedestal. So if it don't have a white man name on it, especially your clothes, if it don't have a white man name on it, it ain't no good. And your jewelry, if them rappers, if they didn't get their jewelry from an Arab or a Korean or a Jew, the Arab, the Jew, and the Korean, it ain't no good. Even though they getting ripped off, they showed the rapper who paid $450,000 for fake diamonds. Did the diamond test after he bought it and found out it was fake, but he paid $450,000 for that watch. I'm just saying, we're gonna have to work on us. These are the things that we have to do.
Yeah, and I'll say this, you know what I'm saying? Like, and the truth is, like, whatever name we agreed on and actually stood on would work. Any of it would work, you know what I'm saying? If we just agreed and stood on it, you know what I'm saying? And meant it and was unapologetic about it, you know. And the thing is, you know, and how they use it, because you like only one group of Europeans still try to use, and it's them, and these shysters, they also try to use like the things that black people stood up and fought for, you know what I'm saying? Like with civil rights and stuff, they're the ones filing you know, suits and getting quote unquote protection laws, you know what I'm saying, using it to make themselves a minority, quote unquote, because, you know, that's what they do. They use everything as a tool, you know what I'm saying, to better themselves or empower themselves, including their own story, because, you know, to them it's okay because God said that you can do that, you know. And the problem is that, you know, unfortunately, our God says that everybody's welcome and it's up to us to civilize the world, you know what I'm saying? And the thing is, earlier, because I was showing the brothers and them being anti-Semitic, but the brothers was like, they're confused because they're black and they're Jewish or whatever, you know what I'm saying? They in Judaism. And that's the thing, you know what I'm saying, with black people, because it isn't just, you know what I'm saying, like, we don't have any time. We are in the worst position as everybody else because there's a reason why they are confused and nobody else is confused, you know what I'm saying? They believe that, you know what I'm saying, they are two things. And this place of sanctuary for Jewish also applies to black, but it does not, because we don't have a place, we don't have a unity or agreement with each other, even though we all know. And it's, you know, why people who believe in all different kind of things can come to my channel and agree is because we all know the truth about everything, you know what I'm saying? It's just that we have different agreements about how to get to the end goal. And unfortunately, those disagreements overtake the main mission, you know what I'm saying, to the point where we would be so divided with each other that we won't be willing to do that. But this group understood that, you know what I'm saying, I have to stand on my European Jewness, you know what I'm saying, their quote, they believe their connection to the Torah, you know what I'm saying, and stood on that and put that first and only, and now their only mission is to preserve their state, you know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, until we get to the point where we can be like, you know, our only, not even our first, because like, you know, like Tanzan and Matron always say only, you know what I'm saying? So our only mission is for us in creating a state where we are safe, you know what I'm saying? No matter what your beliefs are, because we all agree on the issues at the core, you know what I'm saying? That's why everybody can come to this channel and, you know, pretty much agree until people start talking about their beliefs, you know, but it is what it is. But yeah, you guys want to say? And by the way, if anybody want to come on, you can come on now. We're gonna wrap it up soon, though. But you got something to say, Bukhari?
But you know, like race first, right? Race first don't mean everybody else. You care about everybody else. Race first literally mean uh race first literally mean your race trumps everything else. Your race trumps your belief. Your race trumps everything. That's what race first. That's what race first actually means. That it gonna trump all that. But because we know how we work, that's why people hear more. They heard Malcolm say, you'll find people that repeat Malcolm. When Malcolm say, when we come to this with me, leave your religion outside the door, because people's religion is personal. It can cause confusion. Malcolm Daddy was a president of a UNIA chapter in Nebraska. He got that from his daddy because that was one of the rules of the UNIA. You leave your religion and all your personal stuff outside of this. When you come in here, when we come to a meeting, it's about uplifting Black people. You can't come in here saying, well, I'm a Hebrew, I'm a Moor. People probably know that's what you are. And ain't nobody against you choosing that lifestyle if that's what you want to do. But when we come in here, being Black, being African, I'm just going to say it like Garvey said it, being African trumps whether I'm a Hebrew, whether I'm a Moor, whether I'm a ADOS or FBA. It trumps all of that. Your race, being Black, it trumps all of that. So when we get together, and that's what race first means, and when we get together, that's what we have to talk about, race first. But I tell everybody in all honesty, right? This is my thing, and I'm going to continue to say it. We can't get on code. You got to learn to live by a code. I ask people, text me, what does getting on code mean? If the code is not in you, if it's in forecasting, you know, we have talked to some brothers on this panel when we go to talking about, not necessarily on this panel, been on my channel, but we don't heard, we go to talking about defending Black women, right? And you hear how they feel. Do you really think those brothers, just because they see a white man doing something to a Black woman, do you think they can just all of a sudden say, you know what? I ain't gonna let nobody hurt a Black woman. Do you actually think they gonna do that? The answer to that would be no, because they don't live by that code. You got to have it in you. You have to, it have to be there. You have to be, you have to care about you. You have to be willing to put you have to be willing to put your people first. You have to be willing to live by that. And once you say you're going to live by it, stand by it, then it becomes easier for you to want to protect your people. Race first.
Yeah, well, you know, and I would say this though, Bukhari. I would say, you know, like if we are in a meeting about, you know what I'm saying, anything, you know what I'm saying, as opposed to that's like practical anything, I think we should leave like all of our beliefs at the door, you know what I'm saying, not just our religion, but like all our personal beliefs, you know, and focus on the issue at hand, you know what I'm saying, like whether it be like about something about like something in the school system with our children, whether it be or school itself, you know, and focus on particular ideas as opposed to, you know what I'm saying, anything in particular, and just leave all of our you know, ideas or, you know, anything like that, you know what I'm saying, at the door, and just, you know, focus on the mission. And you know, and that goes with religion too, you know what I'm saying? But I understand like a lot of people think that you gotta, and that's why I don't really talk about religion much either. You know, a lot of people feel like, and I'm not trying to take away nobody's personal beliefs or nothing, because it helps you be a better person, then it helps you be a better person, you know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you know, like in reality, like you have to do the things that you have to do in order to get out of the situation that you're in. And that is putting aside your tribal differences, you know what I'm saying, your petty beefs and all of that stuff, you know, the gender war issues, all of the things you can name, because like we have to respond with more urgency than they do. And all of these groups outwork us, you know what I'm saying? Like these are a group of people, and I don't know if they was Jewish, German, whatever. They sent an atomic bomb into space just to see what would happen. And these are the people that you are relying on to protect you. You don't even know if a catastrophe will happen tomorrow. And this is who we would have to rely to protect us. You know what I'm saying? Even in our own countries, you know what I'm saying, in America and all across the world. And it's our scatterbrainness, and if we really want to have it, if we really want to do it, you know what I'm saying? And I mean, we might, you know what I'm saying, I think that, you know what I'm saying, our hatred, our I don't think it's a hatred, I think it's something that we took personal. In most cases it's something that happened to us personally in our personal lives, and then we kind of apply it, you know what I'm saying, and then we kind of have this hatred of each other and we exploit it. But you know what, you know, God said it's okay to protect yourself, you know what I'm saying, it's okay to shoot back, you know what I'm saying. And and how I know, because every living thing in the universe, you know what I'm saying, does what it does to survive and to protect itself. And that's another thing about that they showed about the Semitic thing, you know what I'm saying? These shysters said, you know, their religion doesn't work because they need each other for it to work. You know what I'm saying? They need scribes, they need doctors, they need teachers, they need lawyers, they need groups of people working together for their shystiness to be going on around the world, you know what I'm saying, free right now. But they said their communities don't come together unless it's like 10 or more of them, you know what I'm saying? And communion and a lot of these things is lessons that can be learned, because like it doesn't take everybody, it just takes the certain people, and it may be a certain passion. Let your hatred, if it has to be hatred, the hatred for the situation that you're in, or the love for your children, to not want them to be the situation that you're in, you know what I'm saying, you put yourself first, you know what I'm saying, and you protect yourself. But yeah, go ahead, Bakari.
And I was reading Raw. Raw say the American military don't care about your religion. You are right, they don't care. But you know what? People will join a religion in the American military so they can get some days off work. If you claim Christianity, they got to let you go to church on Sunday, even if you're at work. If you say you're a Muslim, they have to let you go to the mosque. Man, you know, if you say you're a Jew, they don't make you work on whatever days, the Sabbath, whatever. But you know how many people go in the military and use that? But you're right, Raw. They don't care. Whatever your religion is, you still gonna get out there and fight, right? But I'm gonna tell you something. You know the crazy thing, right? Just answer this question right quick for me before I continue. How many times have you ever heard a Jew say, well, it was Jews that put us in the ovens?
I ain't never heard them say that. That's how them go after that. They said the Germans our enemy.
They always say the Germans, right? But even Hitler was a Jew. And I've said this 100 times. Look and see how many Jews was inside of the Nazi army. Look and see how many Jews volunteered to have to make oven-baked Jews. You know what I'm saying? They had oven-baked Jews, you know. Look and see how many Jews volunteered for that, but you never hear them say it. I'm saying that to say, look how quick we run to say, it was us, we did it to us. No, them Africans did it. See, did y'all see the movie, The Woman King? See, even in movies, we are quick to say that. But you don't hear other white folks talking about how they did it, right? You're right, Raw. I agree. The same Caucasoids, right? So when your boy did his little presentation and bragging on the Romans, you know who I'm talking about, your boy, right?
On the Romans?
Your boy, he did this. You don't remember debating Tanzan, bragging on Romans?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So, and he was trying to prove that the white people here was not like Romans, and Romans didn't call themselves, but you know, but that ain't the point, right? But watch this. These people here, they want to be like the Greeks and the Romans and all that, right? So since they want to be like those white people, do you ever hear the descendants of these damn British people, these damn Europeans here? Do you ever hear them talk about, see, the Romans did it to us, look how they came in. Do you ever hear them talk about how bad the Romans treated them? We do it. The French and the British hate one another. Have you ever read or have you ever heard any British people talk about how the French enslaved them and oppressed them for about 200 years and made it against the law to where they couldn't even speak their language in their own country? You never hear them say that. But when it comes to us, because we are so divided, right? We got to point the finger at somebody else instead of pointing the finger where it belongs. You're right, Raw. They are the exact same Caucasoid. But I'm just doing it like to prove a point, to show a point, right? So my thing is, I'm gonna say it again, we're gonna have to look in the mirror. And we got a lot of cleaning up to do. We know we got problems. We know we've had problems, right? So all of our problems don't need to be discussed, not all of them, publicly like that. Some stuff have to be kept to us. And it's gonna be some things that I say should be kept to us that others don't. And it's gonna be some things that I speak publicly about. And others might not like that. But some of our stuff screaming, we did it to us, we did it to us, while we walking around with a white man last name, but we did it to us, right? Or we try to become Muslim to act like that is such revolutionary. So then we're walking around with a name, Akbar Muhammad. But we still want to say we did it to us. We were first. See, if we get rid of, we got to clean ourselves up and get rid of, pardon my French, and get rid of all the niggerdom. You can clean yourself up. You can get rid of all of what the dude from the Nation of Islam called niggerdom, right? You can do all of that. But at the end of the day, everybody else gonna still see our group a certain way. And our group has to start seeing ourselves as our group has to start seeing ourselves as great. Then we strive to do, then we start making strides to do great things for our group, for us, for our race, for our species, whatever we want to call ourselves. We have to start putting ourselves on a pedestal. We have to stop comparing ourselves to other people. Well, the white man wouldn't do that. So, well, look what the Chinese do. So, it's okay to use them for an example and say, we can copy this, because it's okay to learn from other people. It's obvious it's okay for to learn from other people because everybody have learned from our ancestors and have used it to build themselves up. But those are some of the things I say we'll have to do. I get the mic.
No, yeah, because well, like they don't say the Jews who threw the other Jews in the oven. You know what I'm saying? But they also wouldn't be like other Jews are our worst enemy because they understand a part of living on the code is like living by the code. You know what I'm saying? Is focusing on the people that are in the areas that you're in, you know what I'm saying, and building with those people, you know what I'm saying? And I think that the people in the other areas building, I think that they should build what they are building and then eventually be working together, you know what I'm saying? So like, I feel what you're saying, it's not about what it's like to me. I think that it shouldn't take no examples of somebody else's money. It's like it's obvious unless you like actually work together in community, you know what I'm saying, with people who agree with you and that have like-minded things, you know what I'm saying, and use the things that you have available to you as a tool, you know what I'm saying. I think that those things you can easily do right now, and it's no excuse for like people, for us, none of us, you know what I'm saying, not to do it, and you know it's really until we are working together, you know what I'm saying, and you know what I'm saying, and not kind of like what I'm saying, realizing that it is a global state and not like something like that's why I was like, it can't be something like, with like a personal thing and leaving our stuff at the door. You know what I'm saying? Like, it has to be like just a set of rules that has to like govern. You know what I'm saying, to ensure that our safety. You know what I'm saying, that because we know that any outsider coming in, you know what I'm saying, any non-black person coming in, you know what I'm saying, is a possible threat and should be taken as such. You know what I'm saying, but also
So
understanding.
Eminem can't come to your barbecue.
He probably be there because y'all let him in the gates, you know what I'm saying? I will put the sign up, you know what I'm saying? But I guess, but you know what's crazy though, his no, never mind. I was about to say something messed up, but you know who can come to the cookout though, Bakari?
There's a lot of them that can't. None of them can. Some of our folk can't come.
Yeah, but the problem is a lot of mulattoes can come, you know what I'm saying?
Some of them can come, most of them can't. But it's some that can, but
Nah,
most of them can't.
If one black person can't, then no mulatto can.
Why? Oh, see,
It's black only. Sorry.
every black person should be allowed.
Or if that's the case, then no.
Forecast, I'm gonna tell you, Forecast, you're gonna
Or
have to
then
meet
that's
my
the case, no mulatto should be allowed.
Forecast. I got 2 cousins you need to meet, and I'm dead serious. You need to talk to. You'll change it. I got 2 cousins that if you meet, you'll change that statement. I'm telling you right now, you will change that statement.
What? No, I said. Well, so you want mulattoes there?
There's a couple that gonna come that they got they're all the way with us. There's a couple.
I see.
It is a couple of them that's all the way with us.
Yeah, that's what you say. All right, but yeah, okay. So, well, like I said, you know what I'm saying. That's the thing, you know what I'm saying. So Bakari's not black only, you know what I'm saying. He's black and mulatto, you know what I'm saying. He's people of color, you know what I'm saying. So yeah, we got.
No, I'm not people of color.
Okay.
I'm not people of color. But some of our mulatto family, we can't just put some of our mulatto family got our back. Not I ain't saying no whole lot of them. I'm not saying close to. Okay, when I say some, let me explain it. A few, probably about 5 to 10% got our back. 100%, about 5 to 10%.
So there's gonna be more mulatto people in the cookout than black people there. Goddamn.
No, I just said if you meet my cousin, you'll stop saying let all the black people go. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but okay,
Forecast,
but yeah,
you would not want him there.
Yeah,
I'm telling you right now, you would not want him there.
Probably not.
I'm telling you, He want Jackson's. I'm gonna just say it like this, because we've been talking about Dion. Me and you, we did a couple shows talking about Jackson State and HBCUs. Me and you, we talk about that more than anybody around our little crew, right? You should see how he is pulling for Deion Sanders to fail. I got a good. You should see how he's. You should just hear how he's pulling for Deion Sanders to fail at Jackson State.
So I'm not even gonna ask this question because it's just the people you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, now you can ask it. That's my cousin. Go ahead, ask.
I was gonna ask it about him.
Well, go ahead. What you about to say?
You really want me to ask you?
Yeah, you can ask.
Well, how your mulatto friend feel about it?
Oh, my mulatto friend. Her daughter is in the 8th grade, in 8th or 9th, and is starting to receive interest for college basketball, and she's trying to push her daughter to an HBCU.
All right, her daughter a mulatto?
Well, her daughter got a black. Her daughter has a black daddy. She's mulatto. The mama is mulatto.
How she feel about Deion Sanders, like you were saying?
Oh no, they glad Deion Sanders there.
Okay.
I told you she's trying to push her daughter. The mama is trying to push the daughter to an HBCU, telling her that would be better for her than going to a white school.
Well, you will have to leave your personal beliefs at the door, my brother, when we come to the cookout. So that's all I'm saying.
Even if she's saying going to a black school is better than a white school, it's better for her, her kids. Because that's where she want them to go, is to an HBCU.
Yeah, so that go ahead. I'm not gonna say that.
That's where she want them to go. I'm just saying. I know she the one who taught me about only about 10% of them, 10 or 15% got our back. Shit, her sister don't have our back. Shit. Her and her sister don't really hang like that because of that.
All right, so we got an infiltrated barbecue with.
No, it won't be infiltrated with her. Her or her brother. If her sister comes, then forecast. If I let her sister come, then you can kick me out.
All right. So Bukhari, do you got any last words? Who is the most anti-Semitic group out there?
The Semitics, the Jews, the white European Jews.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The white European Jews, because I ain't gonna tell none of my brothers and sisters here that they are not Jews, because that they are not, that they didn't actually come from that culture, because some of us did come from that culture. Like I know you didn't hear me talk about Dr. Ben, right? And I'm quite sure you know who he is. Dr. Ben come from that culture. He would tell you he was a Jew. He was a Hebrew. He come from that culture in Ethiopia. So some of our brothers and sisters here probably do come from that culture. So the most anti-Semitic would be those white European Jews who want to hurt our Ethiopian Jewish brothers and sisters, who put our Hebrew brothers and sisters from the United States, who had them gave them some land next to a nuclear plant. Did you know that? In the Hami, Israel, you know that's what they was, right? Their land was right next to the nuclear plant. So they the most anti-Semitic.
Yeah, and it was this movie. I couldn't find it, you know what I'm saying? And I was gonna play it, but it kind of applies to us too. But it was about them. It was like, when I had their heart, he was talking to this shyster, you know what I'm saying? He was like, when I had your heart, he was like, when we was putting your children in ovens and grown men was just standing there looking, not doing nothing about it. We knew we had your hearts, you know what I'm saying? And I think this was like a Jewish soldier in the movie talking to another, you know what I'm saying, shyster, So that's the truth, you know what I'm saying? Like, other groups have done this stuff, you know what I'm saying? They have violated each other, you know what I'm saying? But ultimately, people understand that they are about themselves, you know what I'm saying? They represent themselves and they make sure that they are going to protect themselves. And until that our lives are more valuable than being right with each other, you know what I'm saying, than our egos, than, you know what I'm saying, trying to be the smartest in the room, you know what I'm saying, understanding that being you know, even this moral thing, you know what I'm saying, that we tend to go by, it's only a just judgment thing, you know what I'm saying? So in actuality, you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day though, Bakari, you know what I'm saying, this is the truth right here, Bakari. This is gonna be the last thing I'm gonna play. And I want you to hear this, Bakari, because this pertains to you specifically.
So y'all want to go to Africa? I'm standing up and I'm telling you, I am Warhol. I am the #1 most impactful artist of our generation. I am Shakespeare in the flesh. Walt Disney, Nike, Google. Now, who's going to be the Medici family and stand up and let me create more? Or do you want to marginalize me till I'm out of my moment?
Or why don't you empower yourself and don't need them and do it yourself?
How, Sway?
Take a few steps back to go.
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway.
Kanye,
I've been doing this more than you.
Doing what?
You ain't got.
Come on, chill out.
You
bro.
ain't got the answers.
Kanye,
You ain't got the
Bro,
answers.
I'm asking you.
You
a
ain't
question.
been doing the education.
Bro.
You ain't been doing the education.
Kanye, calm down.
You don't have the answers though.
Calm down.
Because you trying to give me advice about something. You ain't got the answer. You ain't spent $13 million of your own money trying to empower yourself.
Yes, but I spent hundreds of thousands and putting out clothing lines at a smaller degree. All I'm asking you,
and it ain't no Ralph though. It ain't Ralph level.
Let me ask you this: I'm asking
what's the name of your clothing line? We don't know.
Kanye,
you know what I'm saying?
Because I lost money, but that's not
exactly. And I can lose money on a higher level too. Don't think just because. Don't think because I got the most of the least money.
Let me finish my question, dog.
Man, man.
Let me hear the question.
You don't have the answers.
I'm asking you for the answer. It's a question.
That's right, Bakari. You don't have the answers. Now I'm asking you the question, Bakari. You don't have the answer though.
Now you don't have the answer if you're doing like Sway. Well, you ain't gonna put me in that dude Kanye position. No, I'm nothing like that guy. Like I told, did you hear him? He was very disrespectful. He's always disrespecting black people, man. But I know this ain't what this is about. But he's always disrespecting black people. Always.
Yeah, you definitely don't got the answers, Bakari. But yeah, you can go ahead and wrap it up.
I got the answers. You know, I got the answers, right? People just don't listen. People don't mind. They'd rather fail than get the answer. See, because the answer is hard. It's easy and hard at the same time. It's easy to stand and be who you are and stand strong.
How, Bakari? How, Bakari?
Just stand there. Just like I ain't doing this shit. Just say, I don't mind driving past this gas station to go to the black gas station. Stop making excuses. Okay, if it's an inconvenience, okay, let's inconvenience ourselves so we can grow. It's okay. Do you know what kind of inconvenience there was when those black people in Selma boycotted that bus and figuring out a way to get rides to work and everything? What kind of inconvenience that was? What kind of inconvenience that was in the South a long time ago? And we're gonna have to do a show about this one on the farmers, with the farmers down south. They'll fight for civil rights. How hard? What an inconvenience you think it was when black workers who didn't have land going to work on a white man farm from can to can't. Then when they can't no more, they go home to the black farmers. And the black farmers, they out there turn on cars so they can have light and go work in their field. How hard you think it was? They knew them white folk were gonna get mad. They knew the white folk were gonna come and try to lynch them. Then all of a sudden, you start seeing shacks popping up on black farms because the people that working with them is scared. So if you stay here, we can protect you. How hard you think it was? It was hard and easy at the same time. But we ain't got that same mission now. We don't have that same drive now. They say white people start keeping them to work to 8 o'clock. They know it's too dark for them to work. But when they go by them black farmers' house, 9 o'clock at night, black farmers out there with car lights. The people that just left the white farm, out there on the black farm, the black farmers can't pay them as much because they ain't got as much yet. But they paying them, feeding them, giving them somewhere to stay for free and protection because they had read the law and learned the law. So they had started to shoot back. It was hard and easy at the same time. It's easy to love. It's easy to respect yourself. It ain't hard. It's easy to love yourself. It's easy to want to provide and protect yourself. But it's hard when you got to go through everything that they went through. It's hard because I'm scared I might lose this job and I don't know where my next meal coming from. But what made it easy was they had some strong black folks standing back there with them saying, you know what? I got your back. I got the answers. Y'all don't want to listen though. I keep telling you I got the answers. But you don't hear me though. I hear it, right?
I appreciate it, Bakari. Yo, when the next time you coming on, yo?
I don't know. It's supposed to be on that Sunday, man, 3 o'clock.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm gonna have to show you some
Hold up, I might go tomorrow too for the game. I might go live tomorrow for the game. I got to see what time they start. College game day will be in Jackson, Mississippi tomorrow at Jackson State University. For Jackson State versus Southern University. College game day on ESPN. Even if y'all don't watch ESPN on no regular, just tune in for a minute and let's show them how they do it at the HBCU when they go there. Let's show them how black folks do
it. Yeah, facts, definitely. And yeah, shouts out to Jackson State. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you coming through on here, Bakari. Shouts out to the Matron Learning Curve. She's gonna be live Monday at 8 o'clock East Coast time. But shouts out to you for coming through. She said they made a myth real. We need to make our myth real. Yeah, I agree with Matron 100%. Shouts out to Time to Work. Shouts out to Tracy. Micah, it's been a minute. Yo, shouts out to my brother Maurice Muhammad. I appreciate you for coming through, my brother. Hardcore was on here for a second, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I appreciate y'all. Blue, yo, shouts out to you, Blue, for coming on here. Seymour, my brother. And of course, Raw, you know what I'm saying? One of the realest, you know what I'm saying? You already know Raw. Keep it 100 all day, every day, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I appreciate all of y'all for listening. And you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? For real, we are all we got, you know what I'm saying? And as much as we focus on our petty differences and arguing and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? If we put half of that energy in just to protecting ourselves, then we'll be on a whole nother level. And it's easier said than done, but it's done, not said. So, you know what I'm saying? We just got to understand that we all we got, you know what I'm saying? And make these people, make everybody else, you know what I'm saying, go apology tour for their anti-blackness. And I'm including everybody, the Asians, I don't care who y'all give passes to, you know what I'm saying, which group of Asians, you know what I'm saying, you can break them down too, you know what I'm saying, whether it be, you know what I'm saying, Japanese, Filipino, whichever one y'all like, they included, they not coming to the cookout, Bakari, I'm sorry, you know what I'm saying. Mulatto groups, you know what I'm saying, the East Mexicans, you know what I'm saying, they not invited, you know what I'm saying. None of these other groups, you know what I'm saying, we not people of color. And we got to be more careful about, you know what I'm saying, who we let into our groups, because, you know, everybody else understands that is, you know what I'm saying, black only, you know what I'm saying, but I don't know if we get the concept of black only, because that means only black people, you know what I'm saying. And Bakari, you know, are biracial people black, Bakari?
No, they mix.
Are you black only?
I'm race first.
You black first?
I'm race first, man. My race first.
You race only?
Yeah, my race only.
Your race
Would
only?
you okay? Would you say biracial people? Would you say they family?
They're not my race.
So a person with so they not family.
They don't. They have half of somebody else's race, Bakari.
Okay, but they also have half of your race. So I'm gonna ask again. So with the half, see, you got to learn how to do it, right? You just got to learn the half that's you.
So that wouldn't be black only. It would be black only plus half of somebody else.
Now it ain't gonna be enough for them to be half of nobody else. But like I'm gonna say it again, I
Okay.
do know some mulattoes that got your back, man. It ain't no whole lot. It is not a whole lot, and I ain't talking about Sean King. I know that's your boy.
Yeah, he black.
No, Tariq Nasheed say he is, but he's not. He's absolutely not. He ain't even close to black.
Neither are biracials.
How come they ain't?
Because they got a whole nother person's DNA and a whole nother. I don't know how much Neanderthal energy comes with that, but I'm just saying they got a whole nother thing with them. I'm just saying. You saying they're black? That what you saying?
No, that's not what I said.
Oh, okay. I'm just asking because I was just asking if you was black only. That's all. I'm sorry, Bukari. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. I ain't gonna get you caught up no
No,
more.
your questions don't bother me because
I
I
ain't gonna get you
stand
caught up no more.
because I stand on where I am and on who I am, and I also stand on that I do know it's gonna be a few mulattoes that got your back. That's all I know. There's a few mulattoes that got our back. That's all I know.
Okay, so you just black first, not black only.
I keep telling you, man, my slogan is race first, man. I keep telling you, race first.
Is it race only?
I keep telling you my slogan, race first, man. I'm a card total member of the UNIA. We say race first.
Who's second?
We don't worry about that. We don't worry about that. I've already explained to you what race first meant.
Okay.
I've already explained what race first meant.
Well, first means is another race that comes second.
Now your race first is just trump everything else.
You could have just said a mulatto second.
No, ain't nobody second. It's race first because your race trumps everything else.
And only your race.
It trumps everything. What's going on, Buwana Hagazuki?
I know he not black only. I know
Hey, you worked hard today, Buwana Hagazuki.
Yeah, I know Buwana. I know Buwana now a race only.
He's on me out a long day.
Yeah, Bukari. All right, we're gonna get out of here for you step in even more trouble over here. Unless you want to explain it, or you good with that?
Explain what? Race first.
You're not black. You're not black only.
I'm gonna say again, man. My slogan, I'm a card total member of the UNIA. Our slogan is race first. And if you don't understand race first, your race trumps everything. It trumps your religion. It trumps everything. Nothing come before your race,
Including people with half of your race and half of somebody else's.
Look, man, I don't dislike. I don't
ain't
hate
say nothing about dislike.
I don't dislike a mulatto just because they mulatto.
I ain't say nothing about dislike. I'm just saying only who I'm worried about. That's all. I'm just saying because you said who was coming to the cookout. I'm just trying to figure things out.
And I say when I have met a couple mulattoes, I let come to mind. The mulattoes I know.
And so mulattoes is the second race for you that you stand with.
No, I'm race first.
And that's the second one.
You have never met a mulatto that had a black side?
Yeah, but they all of them had a different side as well, though.
No, but I'm talking about in what they do and how they live and what they relate to.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't never had that?
Yeah.
So just because that person is mulatto, you would tell them they're not welcome. But you know, everything they do is related to black folks, and that's who they want to. So let me ask you a question then, right? Since no mulattoes come to the cookout, right? My little buddy, who's mulatto, right? Who
Yo,
went
what
to
up,
the
bro?
Marines. Wait a minute, he went to the Marines. He out now. He's out the Marines now, but he trying to get his training school and everything up to start training black people, only black people, military tactics. So he was a grunt in the Marines. So should he say, you know what? I ain't gonna even do this for black folk.
Wait a minute. He's saying mulatto. Now I'm trying a
Yes, he's a
biracial.
mulatto. Yeah, he's a mulatto.
Yeah, a biracial dude saying that he's going to train only black people.
If that's what he's getting his military camp and everything, what he's trying to train. It's just black people, nobody else.
Does he call himself black?
Does he call himself black? Yeah, I told him he wouldn't. Tears came in his eyes. I said, man, your mama white.
So wait, no, wait. So he trains only black people. Does that include biracial people?
He trains black people. He trains black people.
But doesn't he call himself black?
Yeah, he calls himself black, but he know he's mulatto. Because he know his mama is white, but he only trains black people. Ain't nobody else going to his class. So, but what you did was you're trying to avoid the question. So, and I ask again, because I know what he's training. Nobody else, black folks. So, should he say?
Doesn't he think
No,
mulatto
no,
people
no,
are
no, no,
black?
no, no,
That's
no,
what I'm
no.
saying.
Because what you're doing now is trying to avoid the question, right?
It's not avoid the question.
Yeah, sure. So
I'm black only. I don't avoid the question.
So what you're saying is right. He's
You said
mulatto.
you the one dancing around the question.
No. He's mulatto, and he got his training school, and he brings it back for black people only. That's what he's doing. All the military tactics he learned in the Marines. Yeah, he's trying. Yes, that's his goal because he don't have to start out for free, but he'll probably gonna have to accept some donations because he don't have coming in the military. Don't make a lot of money, but that's what he's trying to do. So what you're saying is forecast. So black people should not go to his class then, right?
No, you can use it as a tool.
Why? Why should they go?
You can use just like you could go to like the military itself and use it as a tool to help you if you're gonna bring it back for black people. Yeah, use it as a tool if you're gonna help black people. But is he black? though? I mean, he's not black. I mean,
So what I'm saying, so
I mean, I don't like him.
So he couldn't come to your barbecue, right? So since he couldn't come to your barbecue, that means you wouldn't go to his school then, right?
Why wouldn't I?
Why would you?
I wouldn't go to a white person picnic, but you like, would you like the people in the like you went to the army and used it for your benefit, but would you go to the one of their picnics? Like no, you know what I'm saying? He would be going to the picnic probably.
He would be going to who picnic? White folk picnic?
One of his parents.
No, he don't go to. He don't deal with. The only white person he actually dealt with is his mama. You wouldn't find him at a white.
I don't want to talk about him personally though.
But I'm just talking about the mulattoes I know. And what I'm saying is, right, the only white person like he would deal with at all was his mama. No grandparents, no uncles, no nothing.
So literally, if he had a decision to make, right? He would still deal with his mama though, right?
Yeah, he gonna deal with his mama.
Okay.
I wouldn't want to be around nobody that don't deal with their mama.
I wouldn't either. So that makes me think, like, why am I?
If your mama
I agree with that statement, or one of your parents. I agree with that statement, Bukhari. But I'm gonna drop it right there because that's one of your people.
If your parents.
See, Buwana assuming that, you know what I'm saying, lighter skinned people don't have two black parents. Me and Bukhari had this conversation. It could be lighter people with two black parents. Oh man, see, I don't know if that's I ain't gonna put that on you. I know you was trying to troll. I was gonna troll you back, but that was too far.
Talking about Buwana. No, but what I'm saying is, right? If somebody is coming back doing that and got all his grunt training, military, and want to bring that back, you shouldn't shun that type of person from a barbecue. I'm just saying.
I never said that.
So then what you do when that person there, Sean, can't come to the barbecue, he don't even like the other side at all, other than his mama. He don't deal with him at all.
Wait, time out. Is he gonna bring his mama to the cookout?
I doubt it, because he'll tell his mama all the time, you can't go everywhere I go because you ain't black.
Okay.
him, his sisters, they would tell his mama all the time, you can't go where we go, you ain't black.
Now, if he did though, would you turn him away?
Would I turn him away? No, I would not turn him away.
Would you turn the mama away? I mean,
yeah, she knows she would be turned away.
You think he would be upset about that?
No, he wouldn't be upset about that.
But shouldn't he stand up for his mom?
But I just told you, he'll tell his mama, you can't go everywhere I go. He also tell his mama, don't try to speak on black stuff. You ain't black.
Damn, so he'll throw his mom under the bus like that? Got it. Nah.
Then his mama would tell him, well, you only have black, yeah, and everybody see me as black. We not white enough to be white, so we relate to black. We don't do you the only white person we deal with. Yeah. So you can't speak on black stuff and you can't come. Yes, that's what he'll do. Yes, he do. He's like, what is he? He's like 21 years old.
Who is Bishop Henry McNeil Turner?
I don't know. I heard that name though. Bobby Wright. I wish if Bobby Wright could ever get connected, I know he could tell you.
Let me see.
But forecast, I do understand what you mean, but that's why I said some. You got to know when to decipher which ones gonna be good with you and which ones ain't. That's all I'm saying.
So the ones that's nice to you get to come to the cookout, but the ones you don't know that way.
That has nothing to do with being nice to me. Because if it's somebody that has something to do with being nice to me on a personal level, I would say, well, I got some white folks that nice to me. I got some Mexicans that's nice to me. But that's a personal level. They ain't invited to the cookout though.
Okay. You said black people that's not invited to the cookout?
Oh, I already told you I got some cousins that ain't invited to the cookout. You can say what you want about me saying the mulatto can come and my cousin can't. You can say what you want. That mulatto got your back. Way.
Well, I mean, it ain't gonna make a difference. He just gonna go home and tell his mama the story when he get there. You know what I'm saying? He gonna be like, "Yeah, Bakari was talking about some revolutionary stuff, mama. It was great. It was great. It was fun. He ain't gonna do me no harm, of course. He gonna be like, "Yeah, mama. Bakari was talking about, oh, he gonna be a revolutionary, and you know what I'm saying, they planning on doing this with the water, you know what I'm saying, they planning on taking these books down to these kids, you know what I'm saying." And she gonna be like, "Oh, really?" You know what I'm saying? See, I'm not gonna be infiltrated, you know what I'm saying? I know as much as like y'all like to say, give excuses for all these other groups. All I've ever said was I'm black only, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, are y'all black only?
I already told you my slogan, man.
You black first, mulatto second.
Race first. My race trumps everything.
Mulatto second. All right, I got you. He said, I don't have no light skinned members, no snow bunnies, aunties, nephews. And so Bakari, he's saying only there ain't no light skinned black women
in his family. You know what, man? You know what? I can't say that. I got I got mulatto grandkid. Shit. Oh.
Yeah, I ain't saying no. Yeah, I ain't saying
that's
no.
It. Oh, I know you ain't talking about them. I'm talking to one. I know that ain't what you saying. Yeah, it would be nice if I couldn't, but I do love my grandkid. I do love my grandchildren. I love that black hat to death.
Bakari, what would you do if they got denied entry into a cookout?
Oh, my grandkid?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what? Is he handsome? Shit, I don't know if he's handsome or not. But I wouldn't do nothing. You know why I wouldn't do nothing? Because I actually talked to my I know my 4-year-old, she's really, both of my grandkids small, but she, these are my 2 youngest grandkids, they mulatto. But at 4 years old, I talked to him about that now. and I'm gonna continue to talk to him about it. You're gonna catch it from both sides. But your best bet is to make sure you lean to your black side.
Yo, salute Rasheed Holmes.
No, no, my grandson is not mulatto. My granddaughter's mulatto. My grandson is half tether, man. My grandson is a tether. His mom is Haitian. My grandson is a tether. So, forecast any tethers invited to the cookout?
If they're black, not the ones.
Yeah, tether's black. Like Bawana Hagaziki, he's a tether. Koku is a tether.
They black.
Is a tether. What's Tanzan is a tether. They know I'm just clowning. They know I don't mean that.
Nah, a West Arab tether is not invited, which is a Mexican to y'all, is not invited. Ukrainian, whatever they slur is not invited.
Look, man, I'm gonna tell you something, man. If my dad was living, I know he rolled in the grave, my mom, but I'm gonna tell you something. I got mulatto grandkids too. I got a niece, one of my that's half Mexican, and I had a brother who was in the military. We found out about, and this for the people that say DNA is fake. Actually, through her 23andMe DNA, she actually found her family, which is us. Her mama is Filipino. Her mom is Filipino. I asked my brother, do he remember? My brother said, no, man, they win me $5.
Filipinos don't get no passes over here, Bakari. You know that. They damn sure ain't coming to no cookouts. How about that?
Filipinos cool, man.
Hell no, you better not. Every black person in the world come for a Filipino come to the cookout.
Why the Filipino like that?
All of the Asians, bro. Sorry.
Hey, but you know something? You know the crazy thing. You know Cutter, right?
Sorry.
I'm saying you know Cutter, right?
Yeah.
You know his mom is Filipino.
I know.
And we were talking one day, right? You know what you just said about Filipino, right? Boy, you ought to hear other Asians talk about Filipino. Boy, that's why. Do you know any Filipinos in Virginia?
I mean, I met some, yeah.
Do they live around black people?
Not really, no.
For real?
Yeah,
You know what?
Richmond is like segregated for real. It's like,
Who they live around? Who they live around?
Each other.
They live
I
around
mean,
other
you
Asians?
see, well, you would see like the coon, the ones that would be their coons. You know, they try to be more like white people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm saying they live around white people. That's
For the
you know
most
what?
part.
That is
But-
strange. They normally gravitate to black people, and they'll tell you because black people is the only people that ever treated them decent.
They open the stores in the black neighborhoods. They don't live
Man, I ain't
around.
never seen no Filipino own nothing.
No, we don't. But it ain't enough here to have like an Asian town or an area though. You know what I'm saying?
No, but like here, they don't. They ain't going to no. They ain't going over there to that Asian town, man. Them damn Chinese and them Koreans and them and the white Vietnamese, man. They hate me, man. They hate man. They hate Filipinos.
Asian on Asian crime, Makari.
Oh, I didn't say it wouldn't. I'm just saying why when there's a lot of them, why you find a lot of them that gravitate to be
So
around
now we're
black
gonna have
people.
an Asian girl giving out hot dogs at the cookout, biracial girl. I tried to tell Matron that when I was showing that biracial girl I keep showing, she said, "Why I keep showing?" I'm like, she gonna be at the cookout passing out hot dogs. Now because the girl Filipino, oh well, you know, they other Asians treat them bad, so that's so what.
What
You know
I said why they gravitate to black people. I didn't say not one time they would be at the cookout. I was just explaining why they gravitate in a lot of areas, why they gravitate to black people. That's all I said.
Hey, Bakari, does Filipino, are they included in the Stop All Asian Hate bill? Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
I was just about to say, man, I really don't know. To the Chinese, they ain't. To the Koreans, they ain't.
Well, here
To
they
the,
are.
look, to the Chinese they ain't, to the Koreans they ain't. But I'm talking about my. But I was just saying how I found out. Yeah, we had a rice baby.
Well, the only way that matters is when I meet a Japanese person and I call them Filipino. You know what I'm saying? So.
Oh yeah, then you're gonna really have a problem on your hand. And if you call a Chinese person a Japanese, because they hate each other too. I told man, look, man, I be getting this information because I talk to folks. If I done spent my money with folks or done bidding with folks, I hold these conversations. They taking my money, or sometime in some occasion, I'm taking their money because they paying me for a service. I hold these conversations.
Okay. So Bakari, black first, mulatto second, Filipino third. Got you.
I was talking about my niece, man.
I got you though. I got you. I'm black only, my brother. You black first. I'm with you. I can work with you on the black first part. We'll just have to. I'll let you have to go to the China downtown or whatever. You know what I'm saying? My first trip to from Brazil. Why ain't no black girls in Brazil or something?
It's a whole lot of them.
All right, yeah.
There's a whole lot of them. Forecast, you be scared to go to
No.
the favelas.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I will be honest with y'all. You know what I'm saying? And maybe I shouldn't say this. This is the wrong show because we're supposed to be talking about semi stuff. But the least attractive is like all, yeah, the least attractive.
Yeah, especially when they get old. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't know, man. I say when they get old, I don't think nobody age worse than white women though.
Yeah, but I mean, even young Asian Jones is not that pretty to me. I would have they have the smallest ratio. It's like 1 out of every 25 or something, or however many of them it is.
So forecast will go to my little homie gun training, military training, but won't let him come eat no barbecue and potato salad. That's kind of foul, man, to do my little homie like that.
You said what's that?
You'll go to his gun training and use his military training, but he couldn't come to you and get no ribs and potato salad.
I'll tell you what, Bakari. How about you wrap him up and take him a plate? You know what I'm saying?
Well, at least he would have got he would have got a plate. But you know what? You're gonna be mad at me. I'm gonna tell him, look, man, Forecast is gonna be mad, but hey, that's all right. Why you gonna be mad? He gonna be like, why you gonna be mad? I'm like, you here. He don't like mulattoes. He got a problem with mulattoes.
No, I ain't say I don't like him. I ain't say nothing about I don't like him.
Like, he don't like y'all. He don't want you around.
Then
Well,
my only question was, are you black only or black first?
I told you, man, I'm race first, man.
And mulatto second and Filipino third.
Race first. I've explained what race first means. My race trump everything.
Including other people's races mixed in with
what you're doing, Forecast, let me ask you, right? So the mulatto that have your side, that have your back, right? So for the one that have your back, right? You will still just lump them with the other one.
Just lump them in?
With the other ones. Even the couple that got your back.
No, I mean, I wouldn't lump them in. No.
See, like, I'm gonna give you an example. Like, you do you watch football? You know the guy played quarterback for the Chicago Bears, right? Justin Fields. Anybody watch football? Justin Fields. He's from around. He's from around this area. He's black, right? See, watch this. You would let him come to the cookout, even though my son know his sister. She's the same age, my youngest son, right? Even though they'll tell you, and if you look up his parents, they look like him. But she'll tell you, their mama white. But you'll let him.
If we know that his mom is white, then we will be like, hey, he's a
But
mulatto.
if you see it, now I'm gonna be honest. honestly believe after they said that, and I had looked up once before, I said, oh, she must be mixed. And she chose the white side. But according to, but if you see him, she back here, she look about like him. But she says she white. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what his moms look like though. And Bobby, he's like he passed through Richmond, the old slave market site, Lumpkin. It was Lumpkin jail. Yeah, it was like down. It was on the hill. You know what I'm saying? It's like downtown now, but a lot of Richmond is like a lot of them sites and stuff like that. Well, now it's called sites, but you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it was a jail. Like Richmond was one of the most popular slave trading, where they sold slaves at, and they would often send the most rebellious people to the Lumpkin jail, and that's why it became like notorious or whatever. And it was really just a shack, you know what I'm saying? They don't really upkeep it or nothing like that, you know what I'm saying? Richmond is gentrified, you know what I'm saying? Richmond is straight gentrified right now, you know what I'm saying? Like back in the 90s and stuff when I was growing up, it was like a lot of boarded buildings and stuff like that. And it was still like a majority black city, but you know what I'm saying? It's a bit shaky now, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, but Wanda, you done got you done got old now. You probably got about 8, 9 kids, right? You and your wife. You don't need to go to Richmond. See, back in the day when you was younger, Virginia was a good place to be. When I was stationed in Virginia in the military, there's a lot of beautiful black women in Richmond.
It still is.
But you done got old now, Bwana. You done got old.
Yo, I will say this about Richmond City though, it's a hood place, you know what I'm saying? It's not dangerous. No, it's not dangerous, you know what I'm saying? Don't let them fool you with that.
Yes, it is. No, we went to Club Ivy. We went to Club Ivy, downtown Richmond.
Don't believe that crap.
One of the most, it was like when we went there, it was like the most popular. They said everybody had been there. Big Daddy Kane, KRS-One, everybody. And I actually went there on the night they were having a concert, and I didn't even know it. We didn't even know it. So it was a Buju Banton concert. I ain't gonna lie, we went upstairs. It was packed, a lot of beautiful women. So we walked downstairs. We get ready to leave because we don't know where the hell we going and can't get no taxi. So we walk, man, motherfuckers riding by, shooting. Don't let them tell you it ain't dangerous.
It ain't like, don't believe the hype, you know what I'm saying? Like,
And then they
I
took us,
got
then it's one.
family in the hood, you know what I'm saying? You could go to visit your family. It's when people like come up, wilding out. And I'm gonna be honest with you, like, like how they say like tribal stuff, you know what I'm saying? It'd be a lot of times people coming from out of town, like, and not to point anybody out, it do be sometimes New York people, you know what I'm saying, and they do have this kind of arrogance where, you all know that New York kind of arrogance, and that's really the only time. But that was in the 90s, you know what I'm saying? It's not even like that no more, you know what I'm saying? You can go to the hoods and talk to people and all of this stuff. I'm not saying that it ain't crazy people who do crime, but you know what I'm saying? It's not bad like that. You know what I'm saying? Bakari pushing the
I'm pushing the agenda.
right, you pushing the
I'm pushing the white people agenda on Richmond.
And
then this black taxi driver took us to the Tobago Strip or something like that. We said, take us to the spot where everybody hanging. It was me, my partner from New Orleans, and my partner from Arkansas. And we had a partner, he was from Philly, Alabama and Philly. But anyway, that dude took us to the Tobago Strip and dropped us off. This is the spot, everything y'all want. Man, we were the only black people down there. We walking around, we like, shit, this just don't look right. And there was this black guy with his wife and kids. He looked up and saw us, and they crossed the street. Like, yeah, man, y'all. He asked us, y'all wait right here, man. We trying to get a cab, man. I don't want my family down here. This don't seem right. I mean, like, yeah, we ain't want to be here either. We asked him, like, how did you end up here? He was like, man, this cab driver said this was the spot to bring my family. Man, I said, light-skinned dude with glasses. I'll never forget that dude. He was like, yeah. I said, that's the same cab driver that told us that shit. Ain't no black people down here, man, for about 5 blocks. For about 5 blocks, ain't no black people, man. That dude dropped us off. That dude was like, this ain't no good place for my wife and kid.
Yeah, but you know, that's the thing though. And that's how Richmond is like designed. It's like, yo, it's like the hood will be like a couple of blocks, you know what I'm saying? And then there'll be a white area for a couple blocks. And most of the stuff to do is in like, you know what I'm saying, the white parts of town, you know what I'm saying? And people get scared of the black parts of town, you know what I'm saying, quote unquote hood, you know what I'm saying?
Well, that's
But
what we were looking for.
yeah, but that's the thing. It's like it's hood stuff to do in the hood though, you know what I'm saying? But it's not a lot of events or nothing they do for the hood, you know what I'm saying? So
That's what we were. That's what we were looking for. And that's what we end up going.
what was the name of the hood?
I ain't gonna say the hood. I'm talking when we went to that club. It was in a black area. It was in black neighborhood. It was in a black area.
Yeah, you know the name of the neighborhood?
No, I don't remember the name of the neighborhood.
Okay,
Because I was only in Richmond like, shit, how long was I in Richmond? Like 5 months, 4 months, 5 months. I was only stationed there like 5 months.
Okay.
But I enjoyed my time in Virginia, Richmond, Petersburg. Petersburg was rough for real.
I ain't gonna front, it's a little bit rough in Petersburg.
And Petersburg was rough for real.
Nah, it's just so poor down there. It's just so poor. It's just city, but it's like with like county kind of resources. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like messed up down there for real, for real.
Yeah, because Fort Lee was closer to. It was actually we just used to say Petersburg. Shit, it was that close to Petersburg. I'm quite sure you know where Fort Lee at.
Yeah, yeah. And then they got the mall down there.
They ain't have no mall when I was there.
But yeah, so anyway, yeah, we gotta so yeah, Bukhari, would you say like Jewish people that's shysters, you say they shyster only?
Well, you know they're great shysters. Not just in business, they done did more welfare and food stamp scams than everybody in damn And just look up in New York and New Jersey, look how many Jews they putting in line to take to jail for welfare fraud. Yeah, they scam everything. Everything they do, they scam. Everything they do, they scam.
Yeah. Yo, but and by the way, there's a place here, I forget the name of it, something kitchen or something, that celebrities come here for, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, yeah, with that though, Bakari, but I'm saying though, would you say that they are, you know what I'm saying, like, yo, we shyster only, like when it comes to maintaining Israel, we only got to worry about preserving our nationhood and our people, you know what I'm saying? Would you agree with that?
Is that how the Jews feel?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how the Jews feel.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, do I agree that what we should do? Yeah.
Okay.
That's what we should do.
Are you black only?
You know, the Jews count them mulattoes, man. I'm race first.
They do?
Yeah, if you come, because by Jewish law, right? By Jewish law, if your mama is a Jew, that make you a Jew.
Oh, so you're a reverse Israelite now.
Oh, I said by Jewish law. That ain't me. I'm not a Jew. But by their rule,
Well,
by Jewish.
you count the seed of one of the seeds. So you don't. It's just for you. The difference is
Yeah,
it don't
yeah,
matter which
yeah.
it is.
You
You
right.
like
The
it's mother or the
you right.
father.
The Hebrew. You right. The Hebrew Israelites. The Hebrew Israelites do it different. The Hebrew Israelites say, if you if your father, what you are, what your father is. In Jewish law, you if your mama is you, you are what your mother is.
And you saying it don't matter if it's the mama or the father. It's just as long as one of them black.
That ain't what I said. What are you talking about?
I'm saying that you black only. Yeah, he a Hebrew
I
Israelite.
don't.
That's what he is. He going by the
No,
except for he's saying
no.
except for he ain't just saying it's either the mother. He's saying it don't matter if
Hey,
it's the mom or the father.
hey, look at Bawana trying to troll. Some read. Hey, you ever notice that person they tell to read Bawana? He always get caught up on like the word the. That word get kind of hard for him. They can't ever read. the person that screen reads, say, "Hey, go right here. This is what it say." No, I was just talking about Jewish law. See, Hebrew Israelite got their law. You are what your father is. The Jews got their law. If your mama a Jew, you a Jew.
And you got your law. It don't matter if it's either your mom or your father. As long as one of them, then you're black, right?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay.
That is not what I said.
It sounded like it. It sounded like it because you're gonna have a whole lot of people at the cookout here. We're gonna have Filipino people running around. We're gonna have, oh man.
So what you're saying is they just Filipino if one parent black. They ain't even half black. They just Filipino.
I mean, well,
I'm just asking.
I'm saying is a such thing as a one drop rule. If you have a black parent, if you and a white parent, then you white, right? That's how it go, right? Or y'all only go by other people's rules and stuff. I'm sorry.
I have no. I ain't go. I was just saying. I just asked. In Africa, especially when they show in South Africa, what that comedian name, Trevor Noah. He did an interview with his mama, and he said when he went to South Africa, he went into the village. Everybody thought they was looking at him like he was a white man, and he talking to his grandmama, and his grandmama said they were. You a white man? He was like, how am I a white man? She said, well, if one of your parents not black, you just the other race.
Yeah, and Bakari, and let me say, and I'm not talking about rape or nothing like hundreds of years ago. I'm talking about decisions people made, you know what I'm saying, with children that are born today, you know what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you mean. But yeah, that's what I was saying. That so in by they rule, whatever one of them is, god damn, my bad. I'm watching the World Series. My bad. And I want Dusty Baker to get his World Series, man. My bad. But she told him, she said, you white. She said, I got a white grandson. Your daddy white. If one of your parents not black, you just the other race.
But they could still come to the cookout though, so it's all good, y'all.
I'm quite sure she'll invite her grandson to the cookout. Why wouldn't she invite her grandson to the
Because the
cookout?
grandson gonna bring their mama or daddy to the cookout. That's why.
So now you telling them they shouldn't deal with their family.
No, I'm not telling them that. Deal with who you want to deal with. I'm just saying. I'm just saying I'm black
I
only.
ain't bet this
That's
year.
all
I
I'm
bet.
saying. I don't have no place for like Filipinos. I don't got time for Filipinos. I'm sorry that other Asians have a problem with them. You know what I'm saying? Like you, Kari, when you go marching for Filipinos, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just sit that one out. But then when we doing stuff for black children, then we gonna be standing together. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't gonna march for nobody.
Okay.
I did enough marching in the military. For the record, for the record.
All right, so you black. So you black first. I got you.
I ain't gonna. I do things for black. I was out there in Atlanta though when them white folk burned up their Wendy's. I was down there when it happened, and I knew what everybody was gonna say. And I saw who was tearing up everything. Them damn white Antifa folk. But no, I ain't bet this year, man. I lost money last year. The Braves got lucky and whooped the Astros last year, and the Astros ran into another team that's just hot. Dusty Baker, man, he can't get that World Series. It's been elusive. He got to win one this because he getting too old. He trying to coach till he get one, but he getting too old. He gonna be in forgot the game in a minute.
All right, Bukari. So you felt the hot seat enough for the night. You know what I'm saying? If you want to change your mind or offer any apologies, or you know what I'm saying, at least leave your alliances and your friends at the door. You know what I'm saying, when we talk about black issues. You know what I'm saying?
Hey man, my buddy won't let you come to his training class. My little homie won't let you come to his training class. I'm just telling you, man.
Why?
He won't let you come. He won't let you come. He can't come to your cook. He can't come to your cookout. He won't teach you no military training.
That
No
sounds like
infantry
a mulatto
training.
thing to do, for real, for real. Just like when they was like, "Oh, you won't let me run you and take control and show you how to do things and do things my way." Then fine, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go work with this other group of people against you. You know what I'm saying? That sounds something like that happens. You know what I'm saying? It's not me. I'm just saying. And I never said nothing negative about mulattoes except for they not black. That's all, Car. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't say he was black. I say his daddy black.
His daddy might be black,
He half a black.
but he loves, and he as he should. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that there's something wrong with him. That's my point. It's not nothing wrong with him. It's a conflict of interest, though. You know what I'm saying? But it's not his fault. You know what I'm saying? He didn't
But
choose
it
that.
but it's not a conflict of interest when he teaching gun training and military training. It's not a conflict of interest then.
But when it's time to use it, is
No, but that
definitely
I'm just saying, is it a conflict of interest
yeah.
then?
When it's time to use it, is a
So
conflict.
it's not a conflict of interest,
You
right?
can use it as a tool. It's a tool to
I'm
use.
just saying. I just asked, but is it a conflict of interest then though?
Or when it's time to use the tool, you use the tool. But when it becomes a conflict of interest, you got to know when not. But we didn't let them in the cookout, so they already know the strategy, of course. But when it's time, because you can't expect somebody to like. I would look at him differently if, like, as like crazy if he would want something to happen to his mom or want something to like destroy the system that protects her or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's his mom. Like, of course, you know what I'm saying? Or that
But
would be somebody's
he
father.
say the system don't protect him and his sister.
It
So
don't.
he want the system destroyed. And
But if something happens to his mom, he's gonna go all out to protect her.
he's supposed to protect his mama.
Exactly. You're right. He's supposed to. It's a conflict of interest, though.
Okay, so now let me ask you a question then, right? So you ain't gonna go to his training class. I got you. So now show me the black
Use
person.
it as a
Wait a
tool.
minute. Show me the black person that you know with a black mom and black daddy that went. Who you gonna invite to the cookout? Who got all this military training and gonna bring it back and train for free?
Antoine the Maryland. How about that?
No, he retiring in a couple months.
Antoine he retired. Ain't no such thing as retirement.
God damn.
And so how about that? Or you trying to
Okay, I
say,
don't know.
or you trying to say that only mulatto people, there aren't
ain't-
black people capable of doing such a job. Only mulattoes are capable
That
of.
is not what I said. I said name one you know.
I just named one off the top of the head.
You know people
But I
that
know
damn.
people in my family that, you know what I'm saying, that have done that. But you know what I'm saying? But I mean, I could name like people, you know what I'm saying? But, like one of my homies, he has done that, you know what I'm saying? But I tell people that like, but they used it as a tool, you know what I'm saying? And none of them are particularly biracial people, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying you don't have to have somebody else to do that. But I'm not saying that it's just nothing wrong with him, you know what I'm saying? Nothing wrong with him. I'm just saying that it's great to get trained up, you know what I'm saying? But then when it comes time to use that training, you know what I'm saying? It's like trying to tell somebody choose between your mom or your dad. That's messed up to have to ask them to do that. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's not like asking nobody to do nothing. He a grown man. He already made his own decision. Ain't nobody asking him to do nothing.
You're gonna
That's
protect your mom. Yeah.
this is a decision that he has made. He say society has shown him how they feel about him. He made his decision when he was about 15 years old.
Okay. So
Didn't nobody make him, didn't nobody say you got to choose between us and your mama. Didn't nobody tell him, you know what, you need to go train you need to get us and come back and train black people. He said he don't like what happened. As he said he don't like what happened to his people in the streets. So he want to train so he can learn to protect them. Didn't nobody make it? Didn't nobody tell him to make a decision? He made his own decision.
Okay. So all right, so we're gonna pick black people first, right? And then we're gonna exclude some black people. We're gonna Then go to some mulattoes and pick some of them. Then we're gonna go to some Filipinos and pick some of them. What other groups get a pass? I'm
Watch
sorry.
this. Watch
What
this.
other groups
See,
will
but
give a
watch this.
pass now?
But forecast. But you think it's okay for everybody to come if they black, as long as they
I never
black.
said that. I said if we gonna say that black people can't come, then I damn sure ain't gonna have no Filipino person there. How about that? That's what I'm saying.
Who said somebody having a Filipino?
Or anybody who, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Oh, so just because you can find black
What other
people.
group you give a pass, Bakari? I'm
Wait a
sorry.
minute, wait a minute. So what you're saying is if black people don't want Uncle Ruckus there, somebody who because they mixed, even though they mixed and got your back 100%, they shouldn't be there because we don't want Uncle Ruckus there.
100%.
That don't make sense.
100%.
That don't make sense.
I know 100% don't make sense.
Why do that make sense? That because Uncle Ruckus can't come, this young man I'm talking about shouldn't be allowed to come. He ain't nothing like Uncle Ruckus.
You think he gonna go home and tell his mom what happened at the cookout?
Oh, I doubt it.
Do you know?
I just gave you my answer.
It's doubt. So okay, we can let people in on the doubt.
Okay, but wait a minute. Wait a minute, because you say everybody who can, as long as they black, they can come. Do you think Uncle Ruckus
I
gonna
didn't
go
say
to?
as long as they black.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did say.
No, I said if we gonna exclude black people.
Yeah, but I know because I'm gonna exclude them. You don't want to exclude.
Okay, we can agree. I can agree.
No. So now we talking about you.
Now can we agree? Let's start here. Can we agree to
no,
exclude Filipino people too?
No. Now we talking about you, right?
Right.
So what you saying is, so I'm gonna ask you, since as long as they black, they can come. Do you think Uncle Ruckus gonna go tell Mr. Wansler?
Yeah. So no, he can't come
But
to the cookout.
but you'll still let him come. His mama.
No, he can't come to the cookout. No.
His mama.
See how easy that was. You see how he had to dance around the question and give
his
a
mama.
no, he can't come.
I didn't dance around the question. I
You
answered
see
the
how you
question.
have to dance and give a what he did his history. Uncle Ruckus just suffers from vitiligo, and he's not really black anyway. I have to do it. No, he can't come.
But the thing about it is, I didn't dance around. I answered the question. I told you, yeah, he gonna come to my cookout.
Who,
not
Uncle
Uncle
Ruckus?
Ruckus.
Uncle Ruckus come to your cookout?
No, not Uncle Ruckus, but that young man I'm talking about who bringing all his military expertise back to black folk.
Now, so is we gonna exclude Filipino people from the cookout?
Who said anything about Filipino people coming?
I'm asking you right now.
But who said anything about them coming?
So you saying yes? They excluded? I'm saying yeah.
First, you got to answer the question about who said anything about Filipinos coming.
Me, I'm saying that.
Okay, but you asked. So when did I say they were coming?
I'm asking you now. That's what I'm asking you. You didn't say that. I'm asking you right now.
No, Raw, you don't even get Uncle Ruckus a plate.
Oh, you gonna give everybody else a plate. You gonna give other people a plate, but not.
Yeah.
Do Filipino people get a plate? Because other Asian
but
people.
My thing about it, but okay, but I don't
Oh,
understand this all of a sudden fascination with Filipinos. Like, where do they come in the
That's
equation?
who you give a pass to. I'm trying to. Who else you give a pass to? Then?
No, what I'm saying, where do they come in? Where do they come in?
Asian is biracial.
Where do they come in the equation? Who said anything about Filipinos? Other than because when I said why Filipinos gravitate
he was like, oh, Filipinos get treated so bad by other Chinese people. Oh,
yeah,
I feel so bad.
Yes, I said why they gravitate toward black people in a lot of areas. That's why I said why they gravitate toward black. Who said anything about them being black or coming to a cookout? Yes, Cutter can come to my cookout. Cutter mama is Filipino, and yes, Cutter can come to my cookout.
Okay. So I'm just saying Filipinos. You saying no? I'm cool with no. I'm saying no too. I agree with that. That was an easy one.
No, because you know when you say mulatto.
So you're not even gonna say no to Filipinos?
What I said was because I've already answered that. So, but you also said mulattoes, and
I was gonna ask you that one next.
I say Cutter can come to my cookout.
Okay, so so biracials can come to the cookout.
Cutter can come to my cookout. Yes, Cutter can.
Okay.
See, Uncle Rucker's gonna be at yours. So
No,
Uncle
I said no. I said no.
Uncle
But I
Rucker's
mean, he
at
might as well be because he go get the information anyway. I mean, what difference do it make now? See, I tried to tell you, Matron, it's gonna be that mulatto girl who I keep showing. She gonna be giving you your hot dog. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's all I'm saying. Because some of them is so nice, you know what I'm saying? They be nice to us, you know what I'm saying? But
who said anything about? Okay, now who said anything about being nice?
you did. You said the ones who treat us
I
nice and
never,
good, they invited to the cookout.
I never said the word. Actually, the word nice never came out of my mouth. I never said anything about being nice. You said nice. The word nice never came out of my mouth. I can tell you what I said.
Okay,
I
treat
said
us
there's
good.
I say there's some that going. I say there's some probably about 10% that got your back. Is what I said.
What percentage of black people got your back, you think?
Probably about 5-10%.
So would it be more black people or mulattoes at your cookout?
Of course it's gonna be because there's way more black people than mulattoes. So 5% of black people versus 10% mulatto, you're still gonna double or triple the mulatto.
You sound like some shyster reasoning right there, because
How? Because you say what would be the most? Because I'm going by numbers. So I'm going on a percentage of the numbers.
Okay. All right, so Bakari is black first, biracial second, Filipino third. You know what I'm saying? I got you. It's all good, Bakari. It's all good.
It seemed to me that you have a fascination with Filipinos.
And who get the fourth pass, Bakari, so we could get off Filipinos then? Who else you give a pass to?
I haven't given a pass to anyone, but you seem to have a fascination with
That's who you
Filipinos.
letting in the cookout. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm looking around the cookout and just saying the names that I see here. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but who said anything about? Because I said Cutter can come.
No, you were saying something about some of Asians or something before.
Oh, because I explained why Filipinos gravitate toward black people. Oh, matter of fact, Guy was on the channel when me and him and Cutter was having this conversation. So because I know how to have conversations with other people than black people, and I learned stuff about other people, that's a problem.
No.
And
It's just
yes,
that you
no. See, because I'm gonna show you something.
You can know stuff about them. You should know stuff about them, but don't invite them.
So basically, what you're doing is watch this. See, black people has been extremely studied, right? So now you are saying because I studied Asians, because I did business with Asians, and we have these conversations, and there are certain things I can explain about certain Asian groups that you didn't know. So now all of a sudden now I see why we are behind, because everybody have studied black people. Everybody know about black people, right? But black people don't know about nobody but black people. And because we haven't studied other people, because we are still stuck on
You know what those Asians studied about you? They know that you're gonna invite them to the cookout. That's what they studied about. Because you know about the history, so you're gonna go to the cookout. You invited. That's what they know. That's what they studied.
If we just study black people, we'll be okay. No, see, because everybody done studied black people, but it seems like y'all got a problem with studying other people.
No, it's not a problem. We want you to come to the cookout and tell us the stories about other people. We just don't want you to invite them with you. You know what I'm saying? That's all. That's all we're saying. Just don't bring the Filipino girl with you. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
What Filipino girl? See, you seem to have a fascination with Filipinos.
That's who y'all give a pass to. Because every time I say Asians, y'all be like, oh, except for them. You know what I'm saying? Because they sold this.
Who
they
said
like
any?
black,
Wait a minute.
y'all call them the black Asians and stuff,
Wait a minute.
bro.
Who
Y'all
said
said the black Asians.
Who said
And there's when
except
there's
for
like black
them?
people in Asia that get treated like crap, you know what I'm
Wait a
saying?
minute.
Y'all be like, oh, the Filipinos. You know,
Who
come on.
said except for them, and who called them a black Asian? Because now what you're doing, you putting somebody else's
No,
words
I
in my
said there
mouth.
is black Asians. Now I ain't called them black Asians. I said, yo, people do
No,
say, oh, they like they
no,
experience the same thing as
what you
you
said
trying to
was you
say
said,
people say don't they not the
no,
black the Asian group?
no, what you said was you say y'all called them the black Asians.
Mm-hmm.
When did I
Same group
call
of
them
people
a
that be
black?
like, oh,
When did I call them a black Asian? Other than saying Cutter Mama is Filipino and his dad is black, so he's mixed. And I have
he was just hitting the sob star. Oh, they get treated just the same way
a
that we
niece.
do by all the other
How?
people in Asia.
See
You know,
the
no, they're
ability.
not
I'm
the
gonna
same.
show you something.
They're not the same as us, bro. They're not us.
The ability to truly study and learn about other people is not to get emotional. Because
I know
I
it's
didn't
not
say,
emotional.
yeah, it's absolutely emotional. Because I didn't say anything about a sob story. I was explaining in what I said. I was explaining why
Why they the
why
black
they
people of Asia,
gravitate,
right?
why they gravitate around
You saying, yeah,
black
you was
people in
explaining
some
why they
areas and why they go live around black people. How is that a sob story?
you was
See,
explaining why they the black
and
people
I'm
of
going and
Asians.
you know, and you I never once said they were the black people of Asia. But see, and once again, I'm gonna tell you again what you need to learn to because you have been studied. They know you. They know you're gonna go get you some chicken fried
They
rice.
just don't know you're gonna go
They,
to the you
they know
invited to the
you. You
cookout.
watch this. They
You know
know
we can say and see
they
we can
know you're
impregnate that
gonna do.
woman and they gonna
They
invite the
know
children
you're
to the
gonna do
cookout.
all of that
We
forecast.
can
They know
rape
you.
their women and the
They
men
know
gonna
you
invite
gonna do all of
the
that.
children,
And
our
guess what else they
offspring, to
know?
their cookouts. That's what they know. They didn't
And
study
guess
that
what else they
already.
know? They know that you have not studied them at all and don't know anything about them. But then the black person that have studied them, actually, I had to live around Asian because I was stationed in Korea for 300 and I lived in the South Korea for 365 days. So the person that have studied them, not only have you not studied them, you don't have the I won't say don't have the ability. You don't want to use your ability to listen and learn when someone is trying to tell you something because you're stuck on, oh, you trying to invite them to the cookout. I
No,
didn't say anything about a cookout.
I
I'm
know.
just telling you what I've learned. I bet, watch this. How many Chinese restaurants, how many Asian restaurants in your neighborhood?
I don't know.
You know, but it's some there, right?
Yeah.
Guess why they there? Because they done studied y'all and they know they can go put it there. And guess what? And I'm willing to bet you if they had that conversation about y'all and the person that's doing the studying, they ain't saying, you trying to make them be Asian. You want them to come to the Korean, you want them to come to our Kagogi party. You know they don't eat dog meat, but you gonna invite them anyway.
Hey,
That's not what they're saying. You know what? They are glad someone have studied. So now since they have studied, oh, so this how we gonna get them.
Hey, Bakari, I just want you to know because my brother Guy came on, I wanted him to speak real quick, but I just want you to know, like when you asked me, should like Uncle Ruckus come, and I was like, no, and I ain't go on a long explanation. I just asked you, should Filipinos come to the cookout, and you still haven't said.
No, I've already. No, what I did was I
That's
answered.
all I asked.
No, I answered the question. Then you seem
So
to
you're
be
saying no?
you
So
seem
no.
to be fascinated with Filipinos because you continue. Then you say, well, you know, y'all call
So
them
it's
the
not. So
black
it must be
people.
yes then. Okay.
Y'all call them the black people of Asia, in which those words never came out of my mouth. You seem to be fascinated. You have a fascination with Filipinos. But go ahead, guy. What's going on, my man?
So, Guy.
Yo, what's going on? Y'all hear me?
Yeah, what up, my brother?
Good, man. How y'all doing, man? I just want to weigh on the topic, you know what I'm saying? I saw European Jews. Um, and then I hear y'all going back and forth with that. So so what is the actual topic? Because I hear
Well, yeah, earlier we was talking about the anti-Semitic thing. We was really supposed to be wrapping it up, you know what I'm saying?
oh, okay.
Yeah, but I think Bukari trying to keep me up, I think, you know what I'm saying? No, I'm just joking. But no, I was saying like earlier, you know what I'm saying, who is the most anti-Semitic, you know what I'm saying? The people who say the word anti-Semitic is the most, you know what I'm saying? That conversation came because at the end I was saying, you know, like they have the state of like Israel where they have the diaspora of people putting their resources together to maintain a state for them, you know what I'm saying? And they maintain a policy to ensure the survival of their particular group, you know what I'm saying? They would be like, yo, we are, you know, shysters first, you know what I'm saying? So I was just asking Bakar, you know, are you race first? And then, you know, apparently not, but, you know, but yeah, I'm joking, Bakar. But yeah, that was how we got there. But it was just,
Yeah, but I mean, it's obvious that the European Jews are the real anti-Semitics. The way they treat the Ethiopian Jews over there, and they still mistreating them. The racism in Israel is really horrible. You know what I mean? And so they you know, it's so funny because they, you know, it's basically whites against blacks. You know, and what they trying to do, they try to use the word Jew as a front. You know what I mean? So when you hear about Jews, you think about automatically you think about white, right? So, but so this is what they use as their form of cover. Oh, you talking about Jews, so you automatically talking about white people. So they hold that against you. But we see how the Ethiopian Jews are getting mistreated. You know, I mean, no different than how white people treat, you know, over how the white Christians treat black Christians, you know what I'm saying? Or the white Muslims to treat the black Muslims or whatever. So we see the mistreatment, you know what I'm saying? Racism is always against white and black. So when you use certain words, like now they try to get you with, if you say anything against Jews, right? Jews is white. That means white. If you say anything about the LGBT, that means white. All that is white control. So that's what that's one thing I don't understand. Is like when we talk about Jews, they don't really say which one. They automatically say, oh, you're talking about us, you know, and they always throw the Hitler in your face. Oh well, you know, we don't want to go through another Holocaust, and you know, they bring in Hitler in your face and try to make you feel bad and make it seem their Holocaust is worse than yours. And you know, and this is it's all a game, man. Like even with the whole, when Kanye West has said something about the Jews and how they would shadow ban you and all this other stuff, you say something against them. To me, that's racist. You know, that's racist. Everybody got their right to their opinion. They acting like there's no bad white Jewish people. I mean, come on, like you have racist white Jews. You know what I'm saying? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, it's just nonsense. Every white Jew is not good people. Matter of fact, most of them are evil. You know what I'm saying? They you know, and it's been proven. So I don't understand what is the big, you know, but that's their way of trying to, let you know who's really in control. You know, they still trying to let you know that they're superior than you. You see what I'm saying? And they use their whiteness, and now they're using before it was the white Christian. You know, it was the white Christian back in the day, and they did the same thing. So now they're using the whole white Jew concept. Oh, you can't say nothing about us. You know, how dare you? You know, you Negroes talk about us. You know, so yeah, they the biggest anti-Semitics, man. And I have said that too. One of the fake this racist cat on 12L show. You know, I said that. You know, and matter of fact, he came on our panel and I was talking about the racism in Israel. And I think, and I know you challenged him. So, but he was he didn't. I won't say he's in denial. He didn't want to. He knows what's going on in his country, but he try to play us like, oh, it's not going on. That's it's just an illusion. But I played the video. I played it. You can't you think you're trying to play us, like you think you're trying to hold this shit over our head? Like, come on. And I even went on when he came on 12L, he was crying like, oh, God in Hollywood has sent his goons on us. He didn't use the word goons, but he said, I don't have a problem with God in Hollywood, but his guest was very racist and all this other stuff. I said, so I told him, I went on her show. I said, let me tell you something. I said, you're the biggest racist, and you practice, your people practice anti-Semitism in your own country against the African Jews over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you showing racism. And then he tries to say, oh, well, no, those are not the Ethiopian Jews. We treat them nice. It's the other black people who are not Jews. I say, again, you playing games. Why are you playing? I mean, it doesn't matter. You should not be mistreating nobody if you claim that y'all the chosen people. So it's obvious y'all not the chosen people if you got to mistreat people. And you know what I'm saying? How do you know who's Jewish and who's not? You know what I'm saying? So he was just trying to he and this is the games that they play. This is the like Brother Bakari said, the big bluff that they pull on us. He was trying to bluff me. He can't bluff me. I'm too smart for that. And we smarter than these Peckerwoods, man. They don't got nothing over us. This is the reason why the only thing they can do is try to ban us and block us on social media. That's the only thing they can do. So I yield the mic on that.
Yeah, and that's facts, my brother. And it's like this arrogance, you know what I'm saying? And all of them have this belief, you know what I'm saying? All of them individual tribes, but they have this belief like, yo, God, like with that state that they stole right now, the land that they stole right now, they like, yo, God inheritedly gave this to me. I deserve this, you know what I'm saying? And they feel like, us, you know what I'm saying, other people around the world are nothing but they're peasants, but to be working, you know what I'm saying, based off their own stuff. Because when you look at it, you know what I'm saying, it says that they cannot do predatory practices and do crimes against each other. But to non-believers and to people who don't follow that stuff, it's kind of free game for real, you know what I'm saying? So you see that they have a history, like thousands of years of history of getting kicked out of places because of predatory practices, like slumlord practices, you know what I'm saying? The kind of propaganda to where they control it, and like it's not so much as them lending money, but the interest rates, you know what I'm saying, and the way that they manipulate the markets and stuff like that a lot of people have problems with, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, but yeah, Bakari, we got to get up out of here for real. So Bakari, you wanna, I beat you up enough for the night. I'm gonna let you off the hook.
Oh man, God, you be dreaming. But anyway, I don't think you ever won, man. But
you black only? Hey, guy, are you black only?
What was the question again?
Are you black only?
Yeah, of course.
Yo, Bakari, are you black only?
I told you my slogan: race first, baby.
You black first?
Race first.
And who's second?
Race first. See, you the only person that worry about second. I'm race first. We don't worry about that number. I keep telling you,
I'm not worried. That's what only means. Only means.
I'm a card-toting member of the UNIA. Our slogan. Our slogan is race first. We don't worry about nobody. See, you the one who keep trying to figure out if someone else is there. We don't worry about that. And I've already explained what race first means.
Who invited to the cookout, Bakari?
But naturally, in all fairness, naturally, you're only going to invite your own to the cookout. You know what I mean? Very, very, very rarely, if you're an integrationist, you're going to invite other races to the cookout. But naturally, I'm talking about naturally, you're going to invite your own people. I mean, it's just how it is. The Filipinos, they invite their own people.
Yes.
You know, they don't invite. Very rarely they invite black people to. I want to keep saying use the word black. I would say African. They don't really invite African people to the cookout. I mean, they might invite one. They might invite one or two, but not like a bunch. So every race is very selective when they invite other races, other groups into their home. You know what I mean? So but naturally black people gonna, they stick with each other when it comes down to cookouts and stuff. Now I'll tell you one thing, um as far as the Uncle Ruckuses, no, we don't deal with Uncle Ruckuses. We don't deal with black people that hate black people. I mean, it's just how it is.
Yeah, facts,
You know,
bro.
we wear, and I mean, let me say this real quick, brother Bakar. We don't. Black people are very funny when black people date outside their race or marry outside race and bring them to the cookout. We act real funny. We whisper, we talk, we be like, damn, why, what's up with that? Like, it just seemed odd. It just seemed like it just throws everything off. You know what I mean? So, like my whole thing is just, why would you do that? Why would you bring somebody, your spouse who's not African to a cookout, knowing that person's going to be isolated? You know what I mean? So I just, that's how I feel. Like, it's just not, that's not cool. You know what I mean? But it's just, that's how I feel about it.
All right, thank you, guy. You want to say something, Bakari?
No, y'all said it out. Well, I guess I'm gonna say again what I said earlier about the Jews, right? For us, like me, I want. I like I say, I never break nothing down to that one small tribe. I think that's a mistake black people making, breaking it down to one small tribe. But hey, but we heard forecast, we really don't believe in studying other people. So that's gonna be a problem.
You can study them without
we don't
taking them to
believe
the barbecue,
we
Bakari,
don't
or
we
having
don't
children with
we
them
don't we
and
don't
inviting
we
the
don't
children into the cookout.
we
You
don't
can
we
study them
we don't
without doing
believe
that
in
stuff.
we don't believe in studying other people. That's a problem. If you study other people, that means
No, we just don't believe
that
in
means
not
you done invited
children
them
and
to your
having
cookout.
kids with other
But
people. And
anyway, like I
not,
say, I think that's a mistake to break it down and just say the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. Now, it's white people sticking together, right? Like I wasn't gonna mention it, but like Guy mentioned it, so I'm gonna say it again. When he mentioned Kanye West, then everybody say it was the Jews the reason Kanye West lost some of his endorsements or whatever, right? Adidas and all that. I'm gonna say stick with Adidas. That guy was Adidas is owned by Germans, actually Nazis, and if he lost some with them, would you say it was because of the Jew or just white people sticking together? But we focus and we'll put it on one little small group of white people. But like I said, black people could do the same thing if black people decided to stick together. See, it's nobody else's fault. It's nobody else's fault that we accept disrespect. And then it bothers us because nobody else accept disrespect. Right? And since there's nobody else accept disrespect, black people is going to go on an apology tour because they got to apologize to anybody that they disrespect, with the exception of black people, because it's okay to disrespect black people. The Jews, their business practices, everything they have ever done, everything they're doing now, is something that they have always done. That's why other Jews made oven baked Jews. That's why other Jews didn't like a certain set of Jews. It ain't like they are just completely together and united, with the exception of one of the exceptions that we're not going to accept disrespect. So for me, I'm not mad at anyone for not accepting disrespect, in all honesty.
Yeah,
I'm mad at black people for accepting disrespect and making up excuses on why they should be disrespected.
yeah,
I want to Focus. I want to say something. I want to add on. I mean, it's definitely a no-brainer that these European Jews is work side by side by they so-called fake enemy, the Germans. It's no brainer. We saw that in Schindler's List, where you had Jews working for the Germans, and to kill their, that, and the Jews started helping the Germans to kill their own people. You know what I mean? So we seen that, and that was directed and I think written and directed by a Jew. What's his name? Spielberg. So you know what I'm saying? They told their own story. So it's no brainer that that the European Jews and the Germans always work together side by side. Also, I want to add is that yes, even today you got Orthodox Jews versus the Reform Jews. They don't like each other, so there's a conflict with them. So yeah, you always have Jews going against each other. You know what I mean? European Jews. So, but now, but they always had this hatred for African people. It doesn't matter if you're a Jew, Christian, Muslim, or whatever you call yourself. The fact that you're African, that's what they're looking at. They don't care if you're Jewish. The only reason why I told the Peckerwood on my channel, the Jewish Peckerwood, I said, look, you claim you don't want to be called. You get mad if somebody call you, like you get mad at Whoopi Goldberg or what she said, but y'all doing the same damn thing. You get mad if somebody says something anti-Semitic, but y'all doing the same damn thing, which they are. You know what I'm saying? So you should not even open your mouth. And that's what they do. So I tell them straight up, I don't even know why y'all even getting upset, because y'all are guilty of doing the same fucking crime. You know what I'm saying? And and because somebody speaks out against it, you have a problem with it, or now you want to ban them. And to me, that's cowardly. That's why, yeah. I just want to just add that in.
Yeah, so I appreciate that, guy. That's all facts, and I agree with you and what Bakari said. And let me just say this, like Bakari, you don't have to invite it to the cookout or have a kid with it, you know what I'm saying, to study. We can study an animal, you know what I'm saying. You don't have a kid with it or invite it into my house, you know what I'm saying. So that's all I'm saying. But yeah, I feel you though. Studying your opponent, studying yourself, and putting it all together is very important. But before you get out of here, last thing, Bakari, something you say what I'll say like that I agree with you. Like all people on who aren't black are as white. You agree with that?
Yeah, I still hold that sentiment.
All people say how you say it.
If you ain't black, you white.
Yeah, if you ain't black, you white. Yeah, I agree with that. Hey, is biracial people black?
No.
Are they white?
They're a new race. They mixed. You just called them biracial.
Yeah, but if they not black, they white, right?
If they not black, they white. They something new.
Oh, so we invite white people to cook out. No, I'm gonna let you go, Bakari. I know you're tired. You ain't gonna be able to defend yourself.
They something new.
I was just messing with you, Bakari, for real. I was just messing with
you.
Oh,
but Wana Hagazika asked me to explain oven baked Jews. You know them Jews that was put in the oven during the Holocaust, the oven baked Jews, and it was Jews that put them in there.
Facts.
But the only point I'm saying is, man, and I know we were talking about the Jews, and we talked about the Jews, but we do have to explore why is it black people can be so easily disrespected. I have my answer. You ain't gonna hear Jews calling one another kikes, since that's what we talking about, or shysters, or nothing else. You don't hear nobody else accepting derogatory terms that somebody called them, but black people, and then make like it's cool. We the only people that constantly disrespect ourselves in that way. And then act like it's okay. Don't see a problem with it. And I got my theory on that too. And I'm going to say it. It's because anything that white people do lasts forever in black people's mind. Right? See, they don't have a free space in my mind. They can't live here rent free. Right? That's why I very seldom talk about them on my channel, because they don't live here rent free. Right? But anything they do stand the test of time. So they told black people, y'all this, y'all this, y'all this. So listen how we talk about it. Listen to how we talk about each other. And then don't nobody else accept that. So when we say, when you find those same people and they'll turn around and talk about how they pay homage to their ancestors, do they really pay homage to their ancestors? Because their ancestors fought against certain things that we continue to do today. And they'll basically say, to hell with the ancestors. They are dead. But don't nobody else do that. So for me, when I hear people, watch this. So when I hear us, we talk bad about, and I have, we talk bad about religious groups, especially these Abrahamic religious groups, right? They are following somebody else's ancestors. So are we. We following European ancestors. It was the European ancestors, pardon my French, that called you a nigger. That's who told you that's what you were. But you still hold on to it and figure out a way to use it and make excuses on why we should use it. So we enjoy the disrespect. We enjoy everything that white people has ever taught us. They are so smart when it comes to us. It stands the test of time. But anything black people do, you can go to clothes, you can go to fighting against certain disrespect. Don't make a difference what it is. It got a timestamp. When was the last time you saw FUBU clothing somewhere?
Facts.
When was the last time you saw Sean John somewhere?
Carl Kana.
Yeah, when was the last time you saw Dapper Dan? Oh, you're gonna see Dapper Dan now because a white man, Gucci, done told him he can come design some clothes over there. So now black people wear Dapper Dan again. When was the last time we heard us? See, so for me, like black people going around on those apology tours show how weak they are. But I'm being honest, I'm also not mad with Jews. I'm not mad with white folks, because I ain't gonna just put it on Jews. I'm not mad with white folks because they won't let black people disrespect them. We should do the same damn thing. We can turn these people off. See, like for me, I turned Kanye West off a long time ago. People keep saying what he said about the Jews, but I ain't hear him say nothing derogatory about Jews. But I heard him talk about Diddy on a platform that Diddy owned, Revolt TV, because there were Drink Champs on and Diddy owned it. I heard him say, fuck that nigga, pardon my French. I heard him say that, but ain't nobody gonna hear him say that about the Jews. He ain't gonna call them no kike. Ain't gonna call them no shyster. Ain't gonna call them no Schwarzer. Ain't gonna call them no hook nose, bagel eating, crumpet eating Jew. Ain't gonna call them none of that. But he sat up there on that black man platform and called that black man the N-word. Look how he talked to Sway. Told Sway his clothes wasn't nothing because it ain't Ralph. It ain't Ralph. It ain't Ralph. The only people he ever truly disrespected was black folk. But he also gone on his apology tour now. The same people he told 400 years you chose to be a slave. But then you sat up there talking about you the richest black man in the history of this country. You worth all these billions of dollars. And you turn around and you begging for a concert at SoFi Stadium again. I just want my SoFi's back. But black people all over social media talking about, see, the Jews did this and the Jews did that. No, the guy that owns SoFi Stadium that canceled those concerts, like I said, is a German. Ain't a Jew. Ain't a German Jew. The guy that owned, the people that own Adidas, they Nazis. They ain't German Jews. They Germans. But they canceled him because he talked bad about white folk. So that's why I say I don't break it down to that little small group. Because when you see it, I see white people working together. That's what I see. And I hear the mic. I'm done. I'm probably gonna do
I
college
want, let
game
me
day
let me
tomorrow.
let me let me add on something on that real quick.
Hey, hold on,
Yeah,
real quick, guys, real quick, y'all. I appreciate you, Bakari, for coming on here too. By the way, I just want to let you know in case you drop off, my brother. Y'all, I appreciate it, and he's gonna be live tomorrow, so check it out for the JMU thing. But yeah, go ahead, guy.
yeah. I'm sick and tired of white people keep selecting these so-called artists and try to make it seem like, and they build these artists up like this is the number one hottest artist of the year or whatever. And they build Kanye up. These so-called white folks build them up, and they just say, "Look, this is who y'all going to support." Where that we used to be very selective of who we choose that was hot. There's the reason why we had the Source Awards and all the other stuff. We picked that. You know what I mean? But now you got white people are selecting artists that looks like us and say, "Oh, this is hot," and they could be trash. But for some reason, they pump so much money into these artists, and they get all the spotlight. And Kanye West is trash to me. Like he's garbage. And only people that's probably buying his album or listen to his music is white people. You know what I'm saying? Just like Lil Wayne and all these other trash artists out here. So they are now choosing our leaders. They are now choosing these music artists. They even go as far as choosing these athletes now. You know, everything that black people was doing, they have full control of everything now. You know what I'm saying? And like Brother Bakari said, every race is studying us. It's not just the Asians. Every race is studying us. And now they're choosing artists for us. I didn't choose Kanye to be this big artist. There's people that's way better than him. And that's not right. So, you know, I don't give a fuck about Kanye like that. Kanye wore a White Lives Matter t-shirt and he's going to say, oh, because their lives does matter. Um, what about race first? What about your race first? But then again, look who he was married to. You know what I mean? So he didn't love his mother. He claimed that he loved his mother. He didn't love his mother enough to marry a black woman. So I don't think he loved his mother. I don't think he loved his mother. Because he should have got with a sister that was loyal. Okay, so that's what he should have got, like something like Snoop Dogg's wife. You know what I mean? So like I said, I just feel like this is what we'll be up against now. You know what I'm saying? And of course he's going to apologize. Of course he's going to apologize. Of course he's going to apologize and campaign now. And yes, that's true. We always put an expiration on everything that we do. And you know how long Gucci been around? You got black people right now still buying Tommy Hilfiger. And these white designers don't give a damn about black people. They're not putting money in the hood. They're not saying, well, this is what I'm going to do. They won't even fix up a basketball court in the hood for the kids to play, for our kids to play. They won't even do that. I mean, think about it. So you got, we have to look at a big picture. I mean, this is I don't listen. He's an entertainer. So we got to stop looking at these cats and stop feeling bad from these sellouts. Kanye is not for us. He never was. It never was. And we have to start, we're going to have to start letting the enemy know we don't want your puppets around us. You bring your puppets, we're going to deal with your puppets and we're going to give it right back to you. We don't want your puppets. So that's what we need to start doing. We need to start rejecting the Uncle Ruckus. We need to start rejecting the puppets, the puppet coons and all that stuff. We need to reject them. And like I said again, I don't give a fuck. I would say every race, I wouldn't call it racist, every derogatory name to every race group if they disrespect me. I have no problem doing that. I think a lot of black people need to start doing that. But see, they put this fear in us, even when it comes down to the brown man. They won't even say the word spick or wetback. But every race of people disrespect us. People like Fat Joe. You know, and I said, wow. And black people are cool with that. They're comfortable with that. And then you want to know why it's easy for us to them to disrespect us, easy for Ezos to get murked in the street. And it got to the point we don't even protect each other. We'd be like, oh, that's Brother Bakari's problem. That's not my problem. Oh, that's Forecast problem. That's not my problem. No, we should not be doing that. We should not be doing that. If somebody from another race of people disrespect you, black people should be there. Be like, no, fuck that. No, we're gonna ride on them. We're gonna ride on them. But we have no problem doing that to each other. When even you hear them on social media all the time. So there should be no tolerance of disrespect from anybody. And that's why I stand on. I've always been like that. You're not going to come on around me disrespecting me. You know what I'm saying? And that's just how it is. That's why. And I'm just going to say this before I leave. I was talking to a couple of people on my job, and this one brother. I told him, I said, I don't use the N-word. You know, we were just having a conversation. Sometimes we get deep on certain things, and I'll be like, yo, I don't use it. If I see my brother right here, I'll be like, yo, what's up, my brother? I'm not going to use the N-word. I don't care if we're in the hood or not. You got to set an example. You got to show leadership. And when people hear that, they be like, wow, that's cool. Wow, let me start doing that. It has to start somewhere. We just can't go along to get along because, I'm in the hood, I'm going to use the N-word and all that. No, show some leadership. Be like, what's up, King? What's up, God? This and that. And you get hit, and because young kids are listening. And then even with adults, people can change. People can change, especially if it's something positive and something that sounds powerful. They will change. And we as gods of the earth, me, you, Forecast, and Brother Bakar, I consider us gods of the earth. We can make that change, and we're doing it. So let's continue doing the work. And I want to say thank you, Forecast, for having me, brother. You're a powerful brother. Brother Bakari, you are definitely a powerful brother. We got to link up. I know I'm going to be doing a live on the Bullets Gotti tomorrow. I got to do it. I got to do it, brothers. You know me. There's some crazy shit that went down. So I got to do it. So I'm going to be doing a live tomorrow at 6. Just stay tuned on that. But Forecast, thanks for having me, brother, man. Definitely thank you. Appreciate it.
No, yeah, thank
Hey,
you.
Forecast, quick yes or no. Can Candace on come to your cookout?
No.
Huh?
No.
But she's black.
Yeah, but I can name so many. Oh my goodness, I'm not
Can
even.
Serena Williams come to your cookout, Forecast?
No. Can Ezekiel Elliott come to your cookout, Bakar?
What about him? I don't know nothing about him, but he plays football. So
Kenny
the answer to that would be yeah, because I don't know nothing about him, but
he
he
do the
plays
same
football.
thing Serena Williams do. He keep getting caught up with same words.
Because the only thing I knew was he played football.
No, but the difference is I'm saying that like Bakari get passes to Philip Pick. I know Bakari got to go. I know I was about to say let him apologize or whatnot, but he doubling down. He gonna let a whole bunch of he gonna have a multiracial cookout going on over there. That's all I'm saying.
But Forecast, you will let Patrick Mahomes come to your cookout.
No, I'm saying no. I wouldn't.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't
No,
let
Bakari would though.
I
Bakari
wouldn't
would.
let Patrick Mahomes come to mine either.
Why? One of his
Why?
parents black, ain't it?
Patrick Mahomes don't like black folk. Patrick Mahomes
No,
said
he damn sure don't. You're right
Patrick
about
Mahomes
that.
said Trayvon Martin should have been killed.
Yeah, he did say that. Yep. He did say that.
Yeah, but I mean, I said, hey, look, my cookout. I never said, like I said, when you asked me, could Uncle Ruckus come? I said no. When
Can
I
my
asked
cousin
you,
come?
no. Oh, I don't know your cousin, but based off what you tell me, I would say no. I would
Well, you
trust you.
know, okay, you know Uncle Ruckus, right?
Huh?
You know Uncle Ruckus, right?
Right.
With the exception of saying he got revitiligo.
Yeah, I would say no. Then I would trust you. But
What about that? What about that gay rapper Santana? Would you let him in the cookhouse?
hell no. Hell no. But the difference is though,
What
Bakari,
about you, brother Bakari?
What? If Saucy Santana, no, Saucy Santana ain't gonna be nowhere around me.
yo, but what,
Period.
but is y'all letting Filipinos into the cookout though?
I don't know any Filipinos, so I will have to say no.
Yeah, I say no. Bakari.
I say Cutter can come. Is what I said.
But he's half brother, so he's an
Cutter is
exception.
a brother.
He's a brother. He's a brother.
Uh-oh. So
No.
now we okay. So y'all, so now mulattoes can come to the cookout then.
But he's more brother than Filipino. I should say that. He's more brother than Filipino. So
I mean, I'm sure the brother cares about his
no,
other
but Cool
side.
Cutter, no, he's cool. I look at him as a brother to me. So I don't care.
I don't know. See, that's what I'm saying. Like I could say black only, you know what I'm saying? Like I could say no to Candace Owens, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
So you saying Cool Cutter can't come to your cookout forecast?
I'm just saying there's a conflict of
Are
interest.
you going to say Cool Cutter can't come to your Answer the question.
It's a conflict of interest. Yeah, it's a conflict of interest. You might well invite this whole family to the cookout. Right? Ain't he close to his family? I don't want to talk about
If he want to bring his moms, his moms could come. He's just, I don't care.
a whole Filipino woman in the building now.
No, if that's his but I respect people's parents, man. That's just me.
I know. I respect that. And I would be like, yo, it's wrong to say something disrespectful. I'm just trying to show you how all these people is gonna be at y'all cookouts. I'm just saying, But of course, hey, that's
Hey,
all.
Bill of Medicine, what you said what to? What question you ask? Because I know Forecast got to get up and go to work in the morning.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I kind of got to work in the morning, but I ain't all the way got to work.
Bakari, mulattoes coming to your cookout?
I'm gonna say this again. Yes, it's no son that can't come.
Huh?
Yes, I know some that can come to my cookout. Yes.
I will have to. I'll agree on that. I agree.
So, guy, let me ask you a question. Guy, let me ask you a question. I don't know if you was in the chat. The mulatto, right? Young dude, you know him, right? And you know how he feel. You talk to him, you know him, and you know how he feel about black folk, right? And you know his feeling that that's what he with and that's what he trying to rock with is just black folk, right?
Right.
Even though he mixed. So then he go to the military for 4 years, and he come back and he say he go to the Marines for 4 years, a grunt, and he want to bring that military training back to the black community for free, right?
Right.
Would you still tell him he can't come to your cookout?
No, I won't never tell him that. No. I will never tell him that he can't come to my cookout.
See, Forecast?
But see, the thing is, that's the thing. That's the thing Forecast don't understand. Like, every race are selective like that.
So you telling me who
Look,
other races?
Look, Forecast, listen to me, Forecast, hear me out. I've been to parties where like Latino parties. I've been to Latino parties, and I'm just one of the few black people that's there. Because I'm cool with somebody, like I'm close with one of the people there. You know what I'm saying? So every race are selective. Every race is selective. So when we talk about like our brother, our Cool Cutter, if he want to bring his moms, I don't have a problem with that. Because Cool Cutter, that's my brother. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's that's how it is. It's just how it is. It's no hate. You know what I'm saying? But it's just that every race is very selective. It's just like that. We just very selective who we bring to cookout. It was done to me. It was done to me. It was done with Brother Bakari. You know? I'm just saying every race is, when he's dealing with people from other races, we're very selective. It's just how it is.
Yeah, I'm not saying that
Forecast. Only thing. Let me
anything to hate.
explain. Forecast. Let me explain what I mean.
Because
I want
Bakari,
you to.
you let his mom come too?
Who? Nah, but he gonna tell her though. But
It's all good though. It's all good. It ain't nothing. That's
but
all I
like
want to talk about him
but
personally.
like I said, but see, this is my point, right? When I say he can come, that don't mean every mulatto can come, or I got a friend that can come. I know these people and I know how they are. Ain't nobody just gonna be coming around. I don't know that like I said, my friend, her sister can't come. They got the same mama, same daddy. She can come, but her sister can't come. Cause I know her sister don't. And my friend is the one who telling me this. Told me about her sister and tell me about 90% of the mulattoes, man. But it is a couple that got you. So you meet a mulatto that got your back. You don't want them around for cash.
Facts.
I'm just asking for cash seriously. Now this is a serious question. You meet one, because we done had a real good conversation. But I'm just saying, if you meet one and they truly got your back.
Man, I don't know. It depends.
Come on, Forecast. Really?
Yeah,
Like
it ain't nothing to
my
do with white
homeboy in the
people.
military.
Let
Like my
me tell
homeboy
you.
in the military.
Let me
Hated
answer
white
it.
people.
I'll answer. You know what I'm saying? Cause like they're his thing. Like you would trust the person as far as you could throw them. You know what I'm saying? Like I know he loves his mom as he should. You know what I'm saying? So there are certain. I'm not going to invite him to the You know what I'm saying? To whatever the mosque that we have or the black meeting that we have because he's not black. He's not black. You know what I'm saying? We having a black meeting talking about black issues. Why am I bringing
But
non-black?
that's different though,
Well, we talking
Forecast.
about a cookout. We just
You're
talking
talking
about
about a cookout, not a
I ain't
meeting.
talking about our meeting.
I know, and then you see how easily because like and that's what I keep saying. Like when y'all say all of these things, like there's a reason Latinos is gonna be like a mixed kid is black. You know what I'm saying? And as a black person, I'm saying they're Latino. You know what I'm saying? They is not inviting black people to their fiestas or whatever the hell they have. You know what I'm saying? And no other group, like just like you know what I'm saying, the state of Israel, which was why I asked the question, because they like, we are shyster first, you know what I'm saying? And they identify and that's including black, because black people is like, we're black and shyster, you know what I'm saying, or want to be shyster, and they're conflicted, you know what I'm saying. Black people is not black only, and we also let so many other people into the group, you know what I'm saying. Now me letting him into the cookout, we're gonna be bringing his mom, like you said. We're gonna be bringing all these other people. Now we got Filipinos, white people. We got all these other people at the cookout jamming together. When you just said the cookout, like I would have the people that look like me be around my people, but you inviting all these other people into the thing.
But forecast, see, but once again, see, when we use other people for examples, that's why I say study other people, because you went back to the Jews and you said the Jews and how they do things. But if a Jew woman give birth to a baby that got a black daddy, it's a Jew, it's one of them, and it will be there. I'm just saying, since you used them for an example, not me. You used them.
Bakari, but that's like
But I'm just saying.
But that like, because most of them, like, you act like they'll just string. They're not gonna accept no black baby. They gonna call that baby black. You know what I'm saying? They go by the especially or whatever, because they consider a non-Jewish person. You know what I'm saying? That's what they're talking about, because they talking about other white people. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not even supposed to marry outside of Jewish. You know what I'm saying? But a black baby, no, the baby is black. Just like in America,
No, it's
if
not
you had
forecast. I'm telling you, forecast. No, it's not. You need to study. That's why I say study other people. The
Dude, I've
baby,
seen it.
the
They're not
baby,
accepted by the community though.
the baby with a Jewish mama is Jew. I'm telling you, it's not. Jew people will not consider if he'll be a black Jew. If you want to say they're gonna call him black, but he will be a Jew because he got a Jewish mama.
I don't know. I see a lot
But that's their rule. But I'm saying, that's the law though. Forecast is what I'm saying.
They break that law. They're shyster.
Okay, so watch this, right? I'm gonna show you. You heard them when you was talking, when you was showing your video. You know, you say they go by the Torah, right? They don't even, and if you read the Torah and they go by the Torah, it'll also tell you that in the Torah. They don't even go by these Bibles and Qurans that everybody else going by to talk about Jews are the chosen people. They don't even they go by the Torah and they go by the Talmud. They don't even go by this Bible in the Quran that everybody go by.
That's true.
So
Jewish people accepting a bunch of mulatto babies, yo. They're not having a bunch of mulatto babies, first of all, though.
I see now you trying to talk about how many they have. I ain't talking about how many
Well,
they
I'm saying
have.
you try to compare it. They're not inviting no mulatto babies or accepting them.
But forecast, I'm gonna tell you, forecast, you have to study and see by the law. Don't care who the daddy is. If it comes from a Jewish woman, the baby is considered a Jew. That's all I'm saying.
By the real by you know what I'm
by
saying?
The Jews.
By
the
white.
Jews.
But by what you say trumps them by whiteness is considered an N-word, you know what I'm saying? Like which trumps all of that, you know what I'm saying?
But I'm just saying what their law is and what they go by, and that's how Hitler was able to be considered a Jew.
Yeah, he was considered one. I agree with that. You know, what they shysters, they don't follow their own laws. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I already know they don't follow their own law. I'm just saying he'll be considered a Jew. I ain't saying I ain't saying the mixed child is gonna be treated with great respect or great love or none of that. I'm just saying he'll be considered a Jew, and he's supposed to be
well, you know what?
he's supposed to be involved in whatever. But see, the thing about it is, I saw this couple, a black guy who married a Jewish woman. You don't have to worry about it no way, because shit, he just turned Jew, so he could be with her. So it shit, he just took on all her cultures and all her customs, so he could marry her. But when the baby was born, when their kids were born, the kids were considered Jew.
Yeah, and let me say this too, because I'm not saying nothing wrong with biracial people. It's not their fault for their parents and nothing like that. I'm just saying they're not black. That's the only thing I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
They're not.
I'm not saying and I'm not saying that they're bad, they're evil, or disgusting or nothing. You know what I'm saying? Well, their parents made decisions. You know what I'm saying? But there has to be sanctions, bro. Like it can't be like y'all like giving passes. It's sanctions over here. And in the new scriptures, you know what I'm saying, you got to have two black parents to be black and black only and black, you know what I'm saying, not just first, you know what I'm saying.
And guess what? Forecast.
We ain't inviting everybody to the cookout.
Forecast, I agree with that. But when I say I invite that young man to a cookout, I'm not comparing it to none of our meetings. I'm just talking about us chilling, playing dominoes and spades at a cookout. And I would invite that young man to that.
Well, cookouts need to be political meetings from now on. We didn't had enough time smiling and playing dominoes and stuff with everybody else. Y'all love to play dominoes with Filipinos or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's all good.
Then what did he say? None of y'all can get no free training.
Oh man! So now there's one mulatto. So now there's
I just said, what did he say? I didn't say that one mulatto gonna change nothing. I just said somebody.
So now let's call Bakari because Bakari's qualified. He got two black parents.
Hey, I'm retiring in January 10, 2023. I'll be 51. I'm retiring.
We'll ask Bakari who he recommends that has two black parents.
Now, you know what? I got a buddy who got two black parents who's starting to do the same thing. I already hooked him up with a couple people. We trying to get the ball rolling now.
Yep.
In all honesty, yeah, I got somebody, and he trying to get the ball rolling now. But we do need to. As a matter of fact, we do need to meet those type of people. I understand what you're saying, for Cap, but my little buddy gonna come to the cookout. He crazy as hell too. But my little buddy gonna come to the cookout. You can be mad as long as you want, but he gonna be there. Matter of fact, I'm gonna tell him to take the chicken off your plate. Go get the wings off his plate.
You would, Bakari. You would feed it. All right, Bakari. By the way,
guys, I know you got to go to work in the morning.
No, hold on. Last thing, Bakari. Just yes or no. Is anybody? If you ain't black, you white, right?
Yep.
Is mulattoes black?
They're a new race.
They not black, so they white.
They the people. They colored. They the color people.
They color folk. So now you color folk too.
Yeah, they the color folk.
All right.
I gotta ask Forecast one question before we out of here. Forecast, you ready for the question? This is a damn curveball. You ready? What happened? I gotta laugh real quick. Sorry. You have a transgender that rock with black folks and is loyal to you. Would you invite that transgender to the cookout if they loyal to black folks?
Would I invite them to the cookout?
Yeah.
Probably not. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, though, like, don't get it
Would you
twisted.
take them a plate?
I would stand up for that person, though. You know.
Would you give them a plate? Would you give them a plate?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so watch this. Okay, let me ask you a question.
Hey, look,
Forecast.
put it like this: I'd rather that person get a plate than that biracial brother or biracial your friend, his mom get a plate.
So you saying my little homie couldn't even get a plate? So you'll let him
No,
stop.
his mom's.
Watch
I said
this.
his mom.
Well, you know, okay, that's different. But
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would rather.
The thing about
I
it
would
is,
rather that
Forecast,
person get one than his
Forecast,
mom.
like I told you, Forecast, he gonna tell you. I promise you, he gonna tell you his mama is different. I keep telling you what he tell his mama.
Yeah.
Okay, hey, God, let me ask you then, since you asked me that question, right? Who would you give the play first? Cool Cutter mom or that transsexual person?
Cool Cutter's mother. Because I respect people's parents. Because I respect people's parents.
So you would give it to a Filipino woman before a transgender black person?
I said Cool Cutter's mom's. I will give her a plate and anything she wants.
Oh, so
that's his mom.
To you. So okay, you Filipino first. I got you.
No, it's not. No, I had nothing. Brother Bakar, he's missing the point. You just missing the point.
I know the point.
Because let me tell you something, Forecast. If you was in somebody else's home, you would want somebody to treat your mother with respect. Okay?
I'm not saying that. I'm not.
So I'm just saying this one, but as far as
but don't you think a person who stand up for black issues? Because does his mom stand up for black issues?
But Forecast, we talk about cookout, man. We're not talking about a meaning just for African people.
Want me to answer that question, Forecast?
Yeah,
you just asked the question. Want me to answer that question for real?
Yes.
In all honesty, yes, you do.
Yes, what?
I said in all honesty, yeah. Cutter mom, she does.
You give
that's all that's all she's been around since she left the Philippines.
Yeah, that's true. That's what Cutter told us.
That's
she looked out for a lot of. She's very loyal to African people. Yes.
She never lived around nothing else in the United States but black people. In all honesty, I'm just talking about her. I ain't talking her personally.
But you comparing it to a black person that stand up for black rights and do things for black people. That's what y'all said.
Saucy Santana ain't standing up for nobody.
He ain't say Saucy Santana. He said a black transgender that stand up.
But still, that's Saucy Santana.
So okay, all right. If that's what y'all say, y'all would feed a non-black person before you would a black person who stand up for black issues. I got you.
The same person that said no vote, no fucking. No touching.
Well, I ain't saying that because that person ain't standing up for black stuff. You know what I'm
saying? So let me ask you a question: who you feed first?
I probably wouldn't feed none of them. There's a black girl out there that need a plate first.
Would you give Saucy Santana? Could Saucy Santana get a plate?
Nah, definitely not. I wouldn't give him a plate.
He black.
Yeah, but I wouldn't give him a plate though.
Saucy Santana. Oh. Could Trina get a plate even though she was in that video?
Trina, man, she lost her plate privileges for being in that video. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Trina can get her plate privileges black for me, Forecast.
She gotta do something. She gotta earn it or something.
Yeah, she gonna earn it, but hey, she gonna earn it. She can get her plate privileges back for me.
Yeah, I don't know. Y'all tripping though. Y'all saying y'all feed that's why I was trying to say y'all Filipino. Well, I don't know who first now. You say you I say you race first. Which race? The Filipino one or?
Hey, hey, Forecast. But wanna say Saucy got to eat talking about you, Forecast.
Maybe. Well, all I'm saying is I would save that plate for a young black child that needs to eat. You know what I'm saying? So no, I wouldn't do that.
You know what?
Bakar, you would. That's what you see. What I'm saying, Bakar. You going is all kind of people that's getting fed. We feeding at other. We feed non-black people at our cookout before black people. Bakar,
Which non-black person we feeding before black people?
you named one already, and that's why I don't want to talk about personal people or nothing.
But the one,
but that's what I'm saying, bro.
But the one, okay, but look, but what if, but the one I named, my little homie, doing stuff for black folk, and you got a problem with him.
But you named a black person doing something for black people compared to that though. And you're saying just because that person, like I could have said Shakari Richardson, who a lot of people would be like, she's gay, so no, I'm not. Or Brittany,
she can come to the cookout.
I would definitely invite Shakari Richardson to the cookout. You know what I'm saying? But some people would say she's gay or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But you would also
but look, she different. Ain't no transgenders gonna be around, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't invite, but at least I would make sure a black person eats before I would a Filipino. That's all I'm saying. Especially if you're talking about standing up for black people, you ain't gotta be like, I would be like, I don't know about coming to the cookout or whatever, not to sound funny or nothing, you know what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't necessarily, invite that, but I would definitely, you know what I'm saying, if I had to choose between who would get a plate between, you know what I'm saying, that person and the Filipino girl, you know what I'm saying?
All the same time.
Well, nobody would get a plate. That's what I'm saying. You would choose, it would be an easy choice for you. You would choose, you know what I'm saying, who you chose. That would be an easy choice. Me, my choice is neither one of them. That's what I'm saying.
What you gonna do? Throw it away?
I'll put it in the refrigerator till it's spoiled if nobody eat it. How about that?
Oh.
Or I eat it later. But I'll find a black homeless person on the street and give it to them.
Yeah, I got to tell my granddaughters about people like you. Stay away from them. Like, he ain't no good.
Why? Because I don't.
I'm just clowning forecast. I'm just talking noise, dude.
I know.
I'm just talking noise.
I know, man. I'm just keeping you up, man. I know we gotta go.
You got to go to work in the morning, man. I don't have to go all the way to work. I just got to go piece of the way to work.
All right, Bakari. So, any last apologies? Anything you want to take back?
No, man. Man. I have fun, man. It was good. I got to beat you up again. So.
Oh man, Bakari, you black first?
Absolutely.
You black only?
Black first, man. I told you my slogan. There's no need for nobody to try to switch my slogan. I ain't trying to switch nobody else. I done told you what black first mean.
Yeah, it means biracial second, Filipino third.
See, you like other people.
I said black only. Only means because like you don't have to say first because it's the first, last, middle. You know what I'm saying? You know how they be like, who top five, line dot. Who am I for? Black people, black people, black people, black people, black people. I ain't like black people, mulattoes, Filipinos. What other group you give a pass to, Bakari?
All of them.
White Christians.
The rednecks. The rednecks. The rednecks.
Rednecks. Now you don't give a pass to the rednecks. You know what I'm saying?
No, man. Them the white people I deal with. The most when I deal with white people is the rednecks.
No, you call that dude. That dude was a redneck that was taking that black kid and stuff. You know what I'm saying? That was a redneck.
That was doing what?
That video you showed of that white boy taking a kid and abusing that sister.
Oh yeah, he was no redneck.
He was kind of redneckish.
He was just old country white boy. They different. I'm just clowning, man. He was real. I'm just clowning.
Oh yeah, you got this.
But I'm glad they got his ass. Hey, but that's something else we need to talk about. But I'm gonna do a show tomorrow, man. I don't know. I'm probably gonna come on while the football game on and talk some noise. You got to work, man. Wish you could come on there with me.
Yeah, for sure. I'm good, Bakari.
I'm gonna put the link. No, but I'm talking about tomorrow. I'm gonna put the link in the chat while we watching the game, and we can talk about the game.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Can watch the halftime show.
Yeah, I'm gonna be checking it out though.
But I'll be playing. But all right, I'm gonna holler at you because I ain't got to go all the way to work. I just got to get up and do a couple things. You got to go all the way to work.
All right, Bakari. Yo, and shouts out to you, Rob Bawana, Time to Work. Shouts out Bitter Medicine, all of y'all. You know what I'm saying? We black only over here, baby. You know what I'm saying? But you know, who is the most anti-Semitic? Definitely European Jews all day. And shouts out to my brother Guy for coming on.
The white Jew.
Yeah, all day. And shouts out to Bukhari for coming on. And y'all look out for Bukhari tomorrow. Y'all subscribe to his channel, and look out for Guy tomorrow. Subscribe to his channel. Better Medicine tomorrow. Subscribe to him. You know, Tanzan Matron is Monday. Tanzan Tuesday. Harsh Reality Sunday. So yeah, y'all subscribe to everybody. Cause Sidra will probably come on Sunday or Saturday. I'm not sure. So y'all subscribe to everybody. But he said, "Will Billy Porter get a plate?"
Billy Porter, man, he gonna be dead by the time we have the cookout. He got the highs.
Yeah, so yeah. But as always, man, we have got to start standing for something, or we're gonna keep falling for anything.